We're live now anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh, yeah, we are. Like I say, my laptop is saying it's showtime. My laptop's saying 9 o'clock, but my phone is, yeah, you're right, 2 minutes behind. So, sorry, folks who are expecting us at 9 o'clock. We're a little early tonight, but makes a change, to be fair. We're usually late.
We are usually late. I did my makeup in like 15 minutes.
It was. Honestly, when I first got Cakes on the stream, it was like some kind of scene out of a horror movie. Like, there was just streets everywhere, and oh my God.
Liar. Well, I'll introduce us then, as you're not. Hello, guys. Yeah. Welcome back to the show. As you can see there, not for children, not for the youths. I'm Cakes. That there is D. I always forget which way to point, but that there is D. How have you all been? How are you, D? What's going on?
I'm all good. I'm really good. So yeah, fantastic day yesterday. So
last night was a good stream. We were on Jed's last night. It was good, wasn't it?
No, it was good. It was a late one, so I was a bit blurred by the end. But yeah, no, it was a good stream.
I know it's not Christmas. I'm sorry, guys. Deal with it.
Yo, Jed, how's it going? So I see you in chat there. Might take a little while.
Hey, Jed.
The laptop is running slow, so and there's obviously something wrong with
it. Sounds like an excuse.
2 minutes ahead of time as well. So,
how are you, Jed? Oh, big stretch. Sorry, I'm not prepared. Oh, there we go. I was expecting to have another 2 minutes. Didn't get those 2 minutes.
You said there's another 2 minutes as I clicked the live button. It was like, no, I could have another 2 minutes now.
Hello, Rocker.
Yo, Rocker, how's it going, man?
I don't know who that is. Is that a new person? Have they changed their name? Oh, Lee. Hello, Lee. I know Lee.
For Truth Channel, that's where I've seen him about. So, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. No doubt. Hello, Jamie. And my brother and the other 2 housemates. Hello. What's happening? Nursing a wee bit of a hangover, Cakes. That's because you're a pussy. I mean, to be fair, you did drink an entire bottle of wine.
Yeah, so. he was a wee bit worse by the end of that stream, slurring words, repeating himself. Yeah.
But a monster with a wine chaser, what do you expect? So as you guys can probably gather by the title, or if you're at Jed's stream last night when we ended, you'll know what we are talking about today. And if you can't read, well, what are you doing?
It's probably best to actually hear what we're saying.
That's true. So we're going to be talking about the royal family and Harry and all of the palaver that's going on right now.
Word.
Huh?
Palaver. I love that word.
Palaver. It's like pavlova, but with less eggs. So in case you guys haven't seen what's been happening on the news, Harry and Meghan have said that they want to be financially stable.
Step back and gain their financial independence.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Financial independence, not financially stable. They're obviously financially stable. Obviously, 2.5 million from taxpayers' money. Hi, Free Spirit Open Soul. What's going on? How are you? Stuck in my eyeballs. Yeah. So they want financial independence, and the Queen's not happy because they didn't discuss it first. Which, to be fair, that is kind of rude.
Oh yeah, so rude.
That is but it is kind of rude.
Don't talk to grandma about it. No.
No, but it's not just grandma. It's like stepping down from financial.
I'm being facetious. I do apologise.
Yeah. So it is a bit rude.
Yo,
like if
you may not get the reference. You're not around Jamie's enough. Yo, Jamie, how's it going? Sorry we started early, mate. I didn't mean to. My laptop's running 2 minutes ahead. Yeah.
Jamie, yeah, that's what I was about to say. She's just put very rude. She's like their boss, and she is like, if I went into work and then all of a sudden stopped going to work, that's not really how it works. You know, there should be some level in communication. So I do understand why the Queen would be pretty pissed off.
Oh, Beanhead.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, yeah, and without facetiousness, yeah, no, in the way it is, whether I agree with the way it is, yeah, they very much should have talked to the Queen before they went public, or
Yeah.
got this all sorted before it went public. But again, by going public this way, they kind of forced the hand, really, didn't they? I mean, there was nothing the Queen could say to stop them doing what they did. So yeah, it's just all part of the selfish behavior of younger people nowadays. They don't really think about anyone else.
Exactly. Some spread lies has just put, is it not just bullshit for the masses? I will come on to that in a bit, but I kind of want to talk about the like normies perspective for a minute. So just assume that we're normal people for just a minute.
Madam, how's it going? Sorry, in your pause.
Oh yeah, hey madam. Like I'm in two minds as to how I feel. Like half of, well, 3 minds, because I don't really give a flying fuck about the royal family. I am not a royalist in the slightest. Half of me feels a little bit bad for Harry and Meghan, but then the other half of me is like, you're in the public eye, just fucking deal with it. Do you know what I mean? Because they have been slated in the press recently. In fact, Jamie, who's in the stream, she posted something last night, and I meant to get it up and get it ready. I'm going to try and find it now, and see if I can. Oh no, I can't, because I'll have to log in, and it's being weird. But it was essentially the contrast between the tabloids with Meghan and with what's face, the other one. Come on, brain.
Harry or
no, the woman, Kate.
Kate.
It's a contrast between how the how the media portrays Meghan and how the media portrays Kate. They were wearing essentially the same makeup, and apparently, Jamie's just sent it me. Thank you, Jamie. Oh, I can't click on it, unfortunately, because it will close the thing down. So they both had the same makeup on, and Meghan's apparently got Hollywood makeup on and all of this, whereas Kate's got respectable adult makeup on. And it's like they both have exactly the same makeup. If anything, Kate has more makeup on than Meghan. And then there was another one where Kate's wearing this white over-the-shoulder dress, and then Meghan's wearing a black over-the-shoulder dress. In Kate's, it's like Kate flaunts and she looks fantastic and all this, whereas Meghan is breaking the royal rules. You can't wear that kind of dress, and it's like they have berated her.
And white and black as well. It kind of seems like they are playing them off as opposites and stuff.
I think half of the time
I don't know. I don't keep up too much on this. I've watched the news today to try and catch up on a few little snippets on all this. But
I mean, would they really have much say in what they're wearing anyway?
Yeah, I think they have overall say, but I think they have people that pick stuff, like a selection of stuff out for them. That's my understanding anyway, but that's correct or not.
Yeah. Hi, cabbage knickers. I feel like that might be my brother trying to get me to say cabbage knickers. Not sure.
Yeah, cabbage knickers. No, I don't think it is. I think he was in Jamie's chat, so he might come on.
Oh, then okay. Because that is something that my brother would do just to get me to say something weird. But yeah, so the media plays them all off and makes Meghan look like an absolute dick. I don't really know much about Meghan before she was in the royal family. She looks like a nice person. Yeah, she's an actress. She looks like a nice person. I don't know, that's really bad to say.
Oh, I'll give her one, yeah.
Like, I'd prefer her over Kate.
I'd give her one as well. I'd actually give her one on
that. But yeah, I just it's a fucking mess. It really is an absolute mess. Harry and his Nazi uniforms, that was a hoot.
That was quite for that a few years back. That was it, yeah. That's when he was still at college, wasn't it? Or for a college party or something, or university. Sorry, he's not common enough for college.
Well, he's never been. He's never really been in line for the throne. Like, he's definitely not in line for the throne now, unless William dies right now. He's not. Well, Charles and William die
He's
right
sixth
now.
in line, I think. Harry's sixth in line to the throne. That's what I heard on the news anyway. So, yeah, he's pretty insignificant in the grand scheme of things, to be fair. And like I say, and that's why I called it Harry Hewitt as well.
Yeah.
Purely because it does seem to me, like I say, I know a lot of people do seem to have forgotten this. I know a lot of people haven't, but there's a whole big scandal of whether he's James Hewitt's. And if you don't know that,
we were talking about that last night.
James Hewitt, if you go and have a look, he was on I'm a Celebrity, Celebrity Jungle thing. Get me out of here.
I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here. Yeah.
Thank you.
So Jed just put Harry was never going to be a legit ruler. That's why he was allowed to breed into peasantry. And
didn't know. Hadn't she got some sort of ties to royal blood and stuff? Wasn't that how they legitimised her or something? I'm sure there was some ties somewhere.
I'm not sure. She's not English, so how can you title her?
Well, you'd be surprised how all they are related in many ways through marriages and blood and yeah.
Of course. But I do feel bad for Harry as well. Because the perception that we as the public have always had is that he's kind of chill, he doesn't really give a fuck, he just wants to be a normal person. I mean, you haven't really seen many pictures of William out partying and really serving in the military, but you've seen a lot of images of Harry out partying, being a normal posh English person, because he's still privileged. That's why I'm like, what you'd expect from a privileged Londoner is kind of what you get with Harry, but you always get the more decorum with William, the more yes, presentable, do you know what I mean? Whereas with Harry, it's all hey, and I feel bad.
I can't remember kind of any scandals really surrounding William, to be fair. So,
I mean, there may have been scandals, but they could have been like squashed,
Yeah, nothing's come to my attention about it anyway.
No. Paul's just put, if we could choose our rulers, would we choose the Windsors? I would not. I don't know who I'd choose though. I don't think there is a person. The thing is that you don't know anybody truly. You can never ever know anybody completely. So and especially celebrities and people in the public eye, you can look at people and be like, oh, they look nice, like I just have with Meghan, but I don't know if behind closed doors she's a fucking cannibal. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just don't. Nobody's,
That's why they hire publicists and stylists and all that kind of things. You never get to know the real person.
Oh, your audio's out of sync, or you've gone silent.
No, it could probably just, like I say, my laptop's running a bit slow, so it could have just been a glitch,
a blip. Yeah. So the other half of me is kind of, I keep saying the other half of me. That's not making sense. Another point that I wanted to make was, there's a lot, like your picture was one of the picture that you put as a thumbnail was one of the things that I wanted to bring up. Is the amount of memes that I am seeing right now of all of the people being like, oh, Meghan's gonna die. I read one out to my brother and his missus last night while we were playing, or the night before, I don't remember, and it was a picture of Meghan Markle's sat nav, and you know how you can choose what you want to avoid, on a sat nav, well, on a Google Maps, and hers was avoid tunnels. It just cracked me up. It's just in bits.
Yeah, no. So some of the memes I've come across were pretty cool, but that was my favorite. Like that, yeah. The one that I did was not original. That was nicked. I just had to rewrite it and put it in the right places because I couldn't get it to fit when I tried another one. But
yeah. So, I mean, I don't think Meghan Markle's gonna die because there's a lot more media and there's a lot more things. I don't think she's gonna die.
So chat just jumped. I was meant to click this one. There we go. Yeah.
The sex. Who's sex tape?
I'm wondering
Will's sex tape.
if that's when we were talking about Williams and when I was saying there was no scandal or something. I'm wondering if that's something to do with that. So, madam, if that's something to do with William, yeah, I've never heard about a sex tape.
No, I haven't. Always nice to see Laurie's boobs, says 4Pay Dami. Soap boy.
Oh, wait, no. The chat jumped again. Chris, hello.
Hey, Chris.
So I try and do it without having to interrupt the chat, but unfortunately, when I mess up like that.
So, getting on to what what's his face said a minute ago.
Oh, what? Who?
Let me scroll up. Some spread lies, others know the truth. Who is who? He said, "Is it not just bullshit for the masses? Is it something to keep us talking? Is it something to keep us talking about the royal family?" Pardon?
He's talking about Epstein and Andrew at the moment.
Yeah. Do they want to drag attention away from Prince Andrew? That is a very good point. But the other thing is, what I feel like every time there's a big kind of scandal that isn't genuinely important, they're covering something. You know, look at Ebola. When all of Ebola came out, a fuck ton of stupid laws that shouldn't have ever been passed got passed. So, is this another distraction technique? Is this something to take our mind off other things, or so that things go unnoticed? Has this been planned?
I mean, most of the news we hear is distraction to keep us away from the real issues that create the news later on. That's there to distract us from the issues at the time then, and so forth and so on, and the cycle continues.
Of course, yeah. I mean,
I just spent 3 days and looking for groups getting wrecked.
I don't know if I can hear him. Yeah. What the horse blinder visor things? That's how I feel like it is right now, because everybody is talking about Harry and Meghan. Like,
well, I would imagine it's something to do with Iran anyway. They'd be sneaking something through to make it easier for them to go to war with Iran, or I don't know, but it'll be something along those lines anyway, because it's usually around war times and that we start getting all these fluff stories and that to distract us. So that's just my guess, my opinion. Yeah,
it could be. It could be. Do you want to drop the thing, because there's quite a few people in the chat who often come on, so drop it and see if anybody wants to come on, because there are a few people in there that normally do, and a few people that haven't been on in a while as well, so feel free to hit the link once Dee's thrown it in.
Slow ass laptop lets me do it.
Usually some bullshit acts will get passed while we're bitching about the pointless news crap. Yeah, definitely. And a lot of my friends' lists are all financial independence. Puh. Didn't we just spend 2.5 million in taxpayers' money to restore their fucking little house on the grounds of
Frogmore Cottage or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. I'm not too
But
sure.
I mean, what's that? I mean, again,
Frogmore.
yeah. I mean, surely if they're taking a step back from senior, they'll have to start paying rent on that place. They'll have to start paying for their own security, their own travel expenses. I mean, all this kind of stuff. But don't get me wrong. I mean, I think they can afford it. They've got inheritance from the Queen Mother. They got inheritance from Diana. They're going to have inheritance from the Queen. I mean, they're going to be okay. Yeah, I mean, they don't need to work another day in their entire life, and they will be okay.
No, but they are apparently wanting to set up a load of charities and set up a load of stuff. I mean, hang on, I did read an article. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it.
No, that was yesterday.
It's so nice being able to use a laptop here.
Saying that he didn't have the banner and stuff, that they weren't joining. Checking right.
Yeah, well, Kate's looking like say, yeah, hit the link if anyone wants to join. Welcome up. Trying to stick to the royal subject, but obviously, if we diverge a little bit, it's not unlike us.
Don't worry about that. Yeah, not unusual. I'm sure we'll probably hit on the wildfires, as Jamie was talking about them earlier. Oh. Okay, go away.
Okay. Sorry,
How do I get rid of that?
No.
So they want to continue to carry out duties for the Queen whilst also having the future financial autonomy to work externally. So they won't earn a professional income as senior members of the royal family. But I feel like they want to be contractors. Like that's how the article's reading.
We've got free in the back studio. Well, I'm trusting this is free, so if we get porn bomb now, we'll just have to restart. But
does Free not put a face up?
No, I don't.
That's fair enough.
I remain mysterious.
Okay. What did you want to? What did you want to chat? What? Go on, shoot.
I'm in the show.
1v1, me free. How's it going?
Okay. Hello. I don't really know too much about the royals, so I thought I'd just join and chime in every now and then. The only point so far that I have is that I'm Canadian, so when people talk about the royals, it's like the equivalent to talking about the Kardashians or Paris Hilton or something. So I do think it's a distraction.
Yeah.
They're celebrities.
How do you feel? I mean,
essentially,
does a celebrity have to work for what they've got? Probably not. I think they're just well-known people. They're on both of our money, so they're on your money as well, aren't they? I believe the Queen's on your money.
That's why they remind me of like Paris Hilton or the Kardashians or these people who were just born into money, so they got to go to all the Hollywood clubs and live it up.
I mean, you kind of expect that with royalty, to be fair, but yeah, I mean, they have been celebritized. Yeah. I mean, it's not
with the tabloids talking about
she was an actress before we got with her, so I mean, that's bound to bring the celebrity side of things in a bit more and lower the tone, unfortunately, for the royals. Where I mean, whether, like I say, I don't agree with the royals being there and stuff, but I mean, she's, as far as I'm concerned, so far beneath Harry. It's laughable that they were allowed to get married.
But then, see, I don't see them as anything special. I don't see them as anything different.
We don't.
So I don't see why they can't.
This is the thing. This is why they're the royals. Like
they are, yes, but they shouldn't be. Like they shouldn't be pegging themselves above us. They're supposed to have the same DNA as us.
No, no, that's why they're royals again, because they have divine. I think it's divine entitlement, basically. So their blood is better, basically. So by proxy, their DNA would be therefore superior. Again, I don't believe this. This is what they believe.
I'm just not a fan of monarchy in general.
Yeah, no.
What's your
You're right. It was a great move in destroying the monarchy. It really was. Modernizing the monarchy. Yeah.
Monarchy is the reason we have Justin Trudeau as our prime minister, right? It just seems that these families continue to get these opportunities and placements when they don't really do anything.
And they're not even like, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're not related to like Henry VIII and old
No, the
old
Tudors. That was the
monarch.
Tudors. The Windsors came in later, and they're not
Yeah.
really even the Windsors. They changed the name during World War II. I can't remember the.
Too, yeah, because they were German.
Yeah.
I can grab it for you and
Oh, it's close to Windsor. It's like it's like all continuation of it, but and see, this is the trouble. Like, see, like we keep normalizing the royals to us, and that's not what the royals are. This is the thing, and it doesn't matter what you and I believe or think about God and all this kind of stuff. They're literally they rely on God existing and him having mandated their right to rule. So again, don't think that they think like you. They believe an awful lot that you don't believe and you don't think's true. Just because they have to pretend to think a little bit more like you so they can be accepted by us and still rule us, then, like, I mean, you've got to see what they actually do, not what they say.
yeah. So Jamie's just said they're obviously not selected by God like we thought hundreds of years ago, so why not let them marry whoever they want? Then Chris replied with bloodlines, Jamie, not gods. Jed's told us that it was Saxe-Coburg. Paul said the divine right to rule, and then Jamie put the original royals were believed to have been selected by God. Then after wars and whatever, it was believed that whoever won the war won by divine intervention. They ruled over us with divine right.
Kind of like the Bible story. But this is the thing, whether we believe it or not doesn't matter. Our beliefs don't factor into their beliefs, what they believe, the rules they live by.
Your laptop's catching up.
I just read that they're related to the Spanish royal family as well.
Oh, the bloodlines will be mixed all over with the royalties because, the whole of the European royalty kind of intermarry and interbreed and yeah.
They're all descendant from Queen Victoria.
I was going to say Victoria, the current royals, over like royal family,
And Christian of Denmark. Although the bloodlines have intermingled to a confusing extent over time, Queen Elizabeth, Prince Philip, King Juan Carlos, and Queen Sophia are all related, having all descended from Queen Victoria. So they just want to keep, I don't know. So are a lot of people upset that they allowed someone in their family who wasn't royal? I don't know anything about this.
Yeah, no, so Jed has just put something in that I should have known, to be fair. Yeah, William is the line of Stuart through Diana. Yeah, Diana Stuart. That's what she was before she married Charles, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So that would mean that William would be more of a true monarch than Charles and the Queen.
Maybe
surely he'd have more
collection. Maybe I'm not.
Well, I feel like he'd have more of a claim to the throne than anybody else if he's from a And Jamie just put Diane Spencer.
Spencer. It was Spencer. Why am I thinking that I should have thought Stuart then? Sorry, guys. Again, unfortunately, I'm not all knowing as much as I'd like to be. Yeah. Maybe it's just because a similar name started with S, so my brain made that connection. It does that sometimes.
So, the Countess of Moray, in her own right, married a Stuart kinsman and passed the title on to later generations. In all the preceding instances, the family heritage of the late Diana, Princess of Wales, has brought back into Britain's royal family major reconnections to their own history. So, yeah, she is connected to the Stuarts via blood.
Then I would imagine that would, definitely give William more legitimacy then. Oh, and yeah, Jed seems to agree as well.
Yeah. So, yeah,
and
kick the Queen out, put William in.
But
William has more of the mongy inbred look than Harry, therefore more royal. Yes, Chris, he does.
Sorry, I'm going to put that one up.
Oh, this is how I was supposed to be doing tonight, wasn't it? Hungover cakes like this, but I'm not hungover. I stopped drinking and I switched to apple juice like a responsible adult or a child. Cleavage. I know. I had to try and beat Laurie last night with the cleavage, hence the top. Is Diana's chauffeur not Harry's dad? Interesting.
Well, there was a few theories thrown around, and my favourite is James Hewitt was his dad, because they are like they look identical. It's crazy. So
I mean that. Yeah.
So some of them are cousins?
Most of them are cousins.
And they're married?
They're all inbred.
they'd be cousins, first cousins, and they don't mind inbreeding the royals. No, yeah.
Oh my goodness, I didn't know this.
They want to keep the bloodlines intact.
Wow.
I mean, don't get me wrong, because it may seem like it is a very tight-knit group. There is an awful lot of them. So just because we're talking about like keeping the bloodlines pure and stuff, it still gets chucked around the countries. So there's a lot of different influences from lots of different countries. It'll be the ruling aristocracy of the countries. So.
And I mean, if we believe in Adam and Eve, then are we all not related? You know?
Even if you don't, even if you believe in modern science, there's only, I think 95% of humans can be traced by mitochondrial DNA back to 7 different women. So.
I mean, there's. So I went to school with this guy called Mark, and his parents looked like they could be twins, but they weren't directly related. They had no family in common at all. But to me, like, ever since I met his parents, that's kind of been proof that we're all somewhere, some kind related. And like we were talking about last night on Jed's stream, how you can dilute ethnicities. So you could have like a black great grandparent and still be white because the black's been diluted.
In Australia with the Aborigines, it took 3 generations to turn an Aborigine like descendant into someone who was white, and you wouldn't even be able to tell they had great grandparents that were Aborigines.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and like Free just said, and the opposite. So we could like go black and black, and they'd be black, and you wouldn't know there was any white in them.
Well, I think it's a little bit harder to breed white out than it is to breed a colour, and I hate to use that phrase because obviously
I know what you mean.
White.
That's why I said ethnicity. That's why ethnicity seemed more.
Well, I mean, I just don't mean
I
offense.
think there's been people who have a black baby, and they're like, the husband's like, you sure you weren't fooling around? But it just happens to be in their bloodline.
I think that's only happened like a couple times, though. To be fair, because there has been.
I never really looked into it. Happens with eye color too.
My eyes are bluey green, but you can't tell because of how much black's around them.
My eyes are gray blue, and so are my sisters, but our mom's eyes are like super green, and her dad's
so
eyes are brown, but my dad's eyes are gray, yet we both got blue gray. So it's just super weird. Like, it happens all the time.
Yeah, see, I have my mum's eyes and my brother has my dad's eyes. And my son has neither. Like, my son has blue eyes. You are?
I think all my family's hazel. I'd have to ask my mum what colour my dad's eyes were, but yeah.
I feel like blue is one of those ones that can like really pop up out of nowhere.
Yeah, Freddie's a blue. That started as a genetic mutation, didn't it? Blue eyes.
I don't know.
That's what I read, was that it started as a genetic
Well,
mutation.
imagine not being funny. If you believe in evolution, then everything started off as a mutation. So.
Well, that's very true. Yeah, that's very true. It's very true.
We could all be somewhat related, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna go marry my cousin. That's all I know.
Yeah, no.
It's kind of screwed up to me.
It does seem a bit that way. And sorry, I'm just going back a bit. Yeah, Diana did put it about, and that's the thing. There were a lot of possibilities there because she did seem like a bit of a slapper. So,
if Harry ever had a DNA test,
you want to look elsewhere.
If Harry ever had a DNA test, what would come of that? Would he have to just leave the royal family and pay money back? Pardon?
We will hear the results, but
I still didn't catch what you said, mate.
Oh, sorry. It's probably because I started speaking over you. I do apologise. Yeah, no.
Maybe would come and tell you off.
What was I saying? No, I'm sure they have been DNA tested. We'll never know the results. Yeah.
I think the public like Harry too much for him to be kicked out of the royal family. I think people would be really pissed off.
The pure royalists might not be so, but normal people would probably be like, how the hell did you just abandon a family member who's been a family member for that long and blah, 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 blah. So, yeah. But by royal standards, if it was found out he wasn't Diana's and Charles's, if he wasn't Charles's kid, obviously he's Diana's. Well, not obviously. Obviously, they could have done a switcheroo. I don't know. But conspiracy time! But, yeah. No, I mean, yeah, if he's not Charles's, then I mean, Hewitt's still got some ties to royalty, so.
Check your collection.
Yeah, Madam's just put cakes. The allegations are he has one, and they didn't reveal it.
Oh, there you go. It just popped up now. Yeah.
So, I'm going to move on slightly to. I also wanted to chat about the wildfires. And Free's here, so we asked Free on her opinion.
Here we go.
What do you
go again?
Oh well. Oh yes, you've just been on Jamie's, haven't you?
No, I don't
heard
mind
a little
at
bit.
all. I just know
in the background.
A lot of people are going to disagree with how I'm feeling at the moment about it.
That's okay. That's allowed.
I believe there were direct energy weapons involved.
That's even better.
That's just me.
Yeah, no, I can see what you do. There's again, it will be an agenda that's pushed to unfortunately discredit people because it doesn't matter. Again, there's not enough people that really know about the directed energy weapons and stuff to believe it. So when they're hearing people talking about directed energy weapons and stuff, and it does pop up almost immediately when you're searching for Australian wildfires. It discredits it. People are just going to think, "Oh, hey, I'm not going to look at that. Don't be silly." And they're going to go straight back to the government and see exactly what the government's saying about it. So, and like I say, I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. For the California wildfires and stuff, it did look a little bit like there was some kind of weird fire happenings going on. But in Australia, like I say, there was literally a law passed a few years back to stop the back burning, and they stopped letting the Aborigines manage the land. And even back then, when they brought the laws in to stop that, this is exactly what they said was going to happen. Like the whole of Australia is going to catch on fire, and it's pretty much what's happening. So, I mean, it's no surprise to me that there's no need for energy weapons in this instance. And like I say, in other countries there might be, but Australia's just so dry. It literally it doesn't even take a spark to start these fires. The ground can just get so hot, they spontaneously poof, happen.
Yeah, it's not out of the ordinary. That's for sure. But like I said, if I had big weapons of mass destruction and I could use them somewhere where I wouldn't get caught and play around with them and experiment and see what these weather weapons, these geoengineering weapons would do during a mass fire, I'd probably play around with it because that's the perfect time.
Yeah. And this is what I do agree with you on, with the whole climate change not being caused by us, the mere mortals of the world, but by all these geoengineering programs that are going on, led by government programs and stuff like that are very, very easy to research.
And it is ironic that the Australian government tried to back out of these agreements, and then they get this fire, and now all of their people are in the street screaming at them to agree with the climate agreement, right? Like, that's kind of a weird scenario that seems kind of set up.
Yeah, well, I did catch when I was watching the news earlier with the Royals and stuff. This was on Sky News as well, so mainstream news. They were saying that there was still, I think it was 85% of polled Australians were saying that this isn't due to climate change. So this is still, like I said, I mean, it may be being pushed in other ways. A lot more Australians are being turned, but it does seem that there's still a lot of Australians there with their heads screwed on that are seeing this for what it is.
Yeah, it's something that we can't really ever know. But I did drop some links in Jamie's chat. One was to a video where a guy was exposing different videos and pictures that looked eerishly similar to the California wildfires where they used direct energy weapons. And then it was also to that alternative news site where they were talking about how this was like a kind almost an apocalyptic plan to wipe out most of Australia.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is some talk as well of it being strange how a lot of the fires are right in the right path for some railway line or something they wanted put in. So like it's going to make the land a lot cheaper for the government to buy back off people and stuff. And so yeah, I imagine there's lots of agendas mixed in here at once with this whole thing.
They seem to target kind of well-off areas too, I noticed, with the fires. It's always like nicer neighborhoods. I guess the people will have the money to buy
Not the neighborhood
property.
that was shouting at the Prime Minister. They kind of look like trailer park trash. The area that was shouting at the Prime Minister because the Prime Minister just dipped. Yeah.
They did target trailer parks in the California fires too. But it seems like the majority of their targets are like people who could go buy up the property after.
Yeah, it's it. And again, it's cheap property for redevelopment and everything, and also it gets people out of these more rural areas and into the cities and stuff like that, because I'm sure they'll all be relocated to well, more, what's the word, built up areas, even if it's not cities. And again, even if they want to go back, the insurance on the land is going to go through the roof because you're going to be paying more on your premiums because now you're at risk of your house catching on fire every year. Well, I'm sure that'll be logic that insurance companies and stuff will use. So
Yeah, for me, I personally believe in geoengineering, and that's why I was on Jamie's stream today.
Inside everyone's
I
got
didn't really know a lot about it. I always just kind of went with my gut with geoengineering and kind of intuitively believed it was happening. So I did some research, obviously, and yeah, just direct energy weapons tie into geoengineering. So I think I'm going to be one of those people who believes every time we have this catastrophic event that has to do with nature, there's going to be weather weapons involved. That's just me. That's where I stand with it. I can't prove it.
no, I mean, yeah, no. So I wouldn't necessarily set myself up for future beliefs before I've had a chance to look at information, if you know what I mean. I like to take each situation as it comes, and all right, yeah, I don't get me wrong. I tend to be more biased towards the conspiracy side of things. I do, but I still try and keep a bit more of an open mind towards things, and yeah, I'm not going to go into it thinking it's something, or try not to anyway.
I guess a storm could naturally happen still, but it's just like it's hard to believe these days that they didn't do something to make it worse, or at least see what would happen if they did this to that or whatever. It's like feels like a little game for them.
Yeah.
Same with war too, though. They use direct energy weapons in war, and I mentioned the Twin Towers because people believe they use direct energy weapons there. I think they use them a lot in the Middle East too. Like it's not always missiles and bombs that go off in these places. A lot of the time it's just one of these weapons.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I mean, again, black and white evidence these weapons exist using microwave technology. So there's no laser beams or anything. You're not going to see anything like that. It's literally directed energy weapons, as the title suggests. I mean, literally the only time you feel it is if it's directed at you or a spot near you where you can see the reaction happening. And why wouldn't they be using them?
Either way, it's sad. It's sad that all these animals died, but I don't know.
Oh, and that was one of the things that
I'm
was
starting to
getting me
lean more
today.
towards things are supposed to go extinct, including us. I never thought that way before, but I'm starting to lean towards it. Just it's kind of nature running its course. Even if they are messing around with different weapons and stuff, it's still naturally happening to begin with. I don't think they're creating the fires from scratch. I think they're just playing around with them. So.
Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean, they're playing around with all sorts, and like Prick said in the chat earlier, there's very little we can do to really ultimately change global weather. But when you're continuously doing little bits here, there, and everywhere, it's gonna continue to have effects. And obviously, once they stop messing with it, the nature will sort itself out. So, but you don't know. This is what I mean. Again, this information I'm going about to give is coming pretty much from just one source, Max Egan. But if you look at the DARPA radar things and stuff that go around Australia, you can see where they are, and you can see obviously they have weather satellites and stuff. So you see all the clouds going past and stuff, and they literally the clouds part around these radars. You just have a hole where around the radar where just no cloud comes because the clouds just part around them and stuff. So if you, I mean, you can literally see this with your own eyes. So to say that we're not messing with the weather and we not having effects on small areas, and obviously, like I say, it's aren't small areas if you can see it on a weather satellite. I mean, it's got to be a big area to show up.
Yeah.
Stop talking about kids' boobs. We're on about a serious bloody topic here. God's sake,
this chat is destroying me. They're absolutely killing me. Look, I've had to have my mic muted because I'm teapotting. I want to read them out, but I don't want to make Free disappear. I don't know if Free's been watching the chat.
No, I haven't, and I don't really care because I know what's going on. People always attack people who are different and stand up for themselves, have a backbone, like to speak their truth confidently, and they'll try and destroy that energy because they see something they want, so they try and take it like an energy vampire. So if they want to try and take something from me, they can try, but it's not going to work.
Well,
So
unfortunately,
Cabbage Nick has said,
they just did take something from you. They took your energy because you literally addressed them. What I was trying to do was not address it at all and do what I suggest everyone else does when you don't want something to be addressed. Don't address it. But that's just me.
I don't mind,
so do you want me to read them out? Do you want to address the issue, or?
I don't think it's very productive to read them out, but.
Well, the first one was, did you not just claim to be scared to go on this stream? You broke your heart out to anyone who listened about Big Bad Jed. Now you're waiting for the wolf to attack. See, I thought you just wanted to come and have a chat. That's how I took it.
Was anyone in Jamie's stream, or was everybody just MIA because they didn't care?
Jed was waiting in our chat, so I know Jed didn't watch it.
Okay. Well, maybe
if that
after
helps.
the stream, everyone who's just talking pure trash and doesn't actually know what's going on can go on Jamie's stream. And then they can go back on Jed's stream last night, and they can spend their whole night just watching all this drama unfold because they don't have a life. And then we could talk about it. But right now, nobody really knows what happened. They're just making assumptions.
Well, I mean, I was in Jed's stream last night.
Me. It's like, really? Me? Like, my neighbors are probably like, what? Why is she talking so much? She suddenly has a life?
Yeah,
like,
this happened to someone
I don't have this drama in my life. Now I'm surrounded by people who live and breathe drama, and it's like, cool.
I think it was
part of a reality fucking TV show.
Yeah, I think it was like the second or third time I saw you in Jamie's chat. I said to you, go careful, especially in the back scenes, because things can get pretty dark. And what's happened?
Are they trying to get me to say things? I feel like they're trying to get me to say things, and I haven't said anything. Right? That's what's happening. I know who Cabbage Knickers is, and I know his connection to the person we've been talking about. And I don't even know Jed. Say things that were said to me behind the scenes. I know things now. Yeah, you're right. I was behind the scenes, and they're pushing at me and poking at me. So I blurt something out that I'm not supposed to.
Can I just pause you for a second just to fill Jed in? Because Jed was waiting backstage. There was two people waiting, and it was me and Jed. So let me just fill Jed in. Hang on, Dee's having a heart attack.
No, I thought you meant in our backstage. I was like, oh, I've missed them. Sorry.
No,
not your backstage. So, just the backstage.
Okay, let me fill in the folks. Okay, so last night on Jed's stream, me and Jed and Dee were talking about Free Spirits music video. Jed's not a fan, and that is fair enough. Don't get upset, but if somebody doesn't like something, that's fair enough. What don't I like? I hate apples. Okay, apples are disgusting. They're the devil. Dan loves apples.
You're vegan.
Are you gonna say that apples are too stupid? Are you gonna say that apples are too stupid to grow and that they're gold diggers?
There's many more. Yeah, I know.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Are you better than apples?
Yes. I am better than apples.
Cool.
Are you saying that?
He's not
Free, don't break my heart. Free, don't break my heart. I'm better than apples. That's mean.
He's not better than me.
I don't think anybody's better than anybody. But for the purpose of me feeling,
I'm desperate for people to talk about me. Why did he talk about me on his stream last night? Did I want that?
That guy said Palestinians are better than everyone.
He wants to talk about me because he wants to talk about me because I'm going through his mind all the time.
So we were talking about Free's music video last night, and then to fill Jed in with what's just happened, Free Spirit and Jamie on Jamie's channel, Vegan Realist He's up in the comments. Go click on him if you haven't already. They were just chatting about what had happened last night, and Free Spirit obviously isn't happy with what Jed had said on the toilet last night. Jed had said on the toilet.
Jed was mean to me,
That's
so
amazing.
I addressed it.
The thing is, though, is that it is the internet. But I like you, right? I think you're hilarious in our chat. You're amazing in our chat. You're amazing in Jamie's chat. But it kind of is the internet.
But you don't know
if
me.
you want to, no, I know.
You can
I've
like
just,
me, but
well,
you don't know me. You
no,
don't know
that's
a
more
thing
than
about
fair
me.
enough. But if you look at musicians, look at how many musicians get hated and get told to kill themselves. In my opinion, you've made it if you're being told that you're hated. That's what musicians get. They get told that they're hated. Like, if you're going to be on the internet and you're going to put up videos, you've got to expect that. Like, it sucks, I know. It's horrible. But you have got to expect to be trash talked and stuff. Yeah. No, D,
Okay,
you said if it comes up, we'll talk about it, but we won't mention
No, I
it.
did. I did want to.
It
I'm trying
came
to be.
up, so I mentioned it. Don't play
Okay,
Mr. Nice Guy here.
everyone, please, since we're talking about me, maybe I should have a turn to talk. I'm going to repeat very quickly and briefly what I said in Jamie's stream. Jed is mean. He was mean to me. And just because I put myself out there on the internet doesn't mean I have to take it. I'm allowed to tell people when they're being mean to me. I'm allowed to make it public how I feel about them without slandering them or bashing them like he did to me last night. Jed asked me. Jed said he didn't like my music video. I said, okay. But I knew deep down that it wasn't just a music video he doesn't like. I know he doesn't like me because of what P-Mars and I were, because P-Mars and I became friends. And that's when it started. He started coming into the chats and saying stuff about P-Mars, stay away from him and doing his troll stuff. So when he said to me he didn't like my video, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm sure it's just my video you don't like. So he then said something about, well, can I do a video on it? Like a review. And I said, you don't have my permission. That doesn't mean that he can't. I understand copyright laws. It doesn't mean that he can't do something with my music video. But right away I said, you don't have my permission. Why did I say he doesn't have my permission? Because he's a bully. He talks down to people, and he would never be able to know how to give criticism, let alone constructive criticism. I don't need constructive criticism. I don't need a little sugar-coated positive remark. But destructive criticism, calling someone a gold digger, saying I'm too stupid to do a driver's test, saying I'm too dumb to make a stop motion video, saying that, he can do all these things that I can't. That's not reviewing my music video. That's a personal attack at me because he doesn't like me, because he's got a little man crush on P-Mars and he's jealous. And that's why last night he's like, where's P-Mars? I thought P-Mars was going to be here. Where is he? I miss him. Yeah, I know. And that somehow, me talking to him started getting him all up in my grill. So guess what, guys? On Jed's stream last night, he did the review of my music video, and it's exactly why I didn't give him permission to do it. Because it wasn't just a review of my music video. It was him hating on me, putting me down, and bullying me, just like I knew it would be. So he proved himself to be exactly who I thought he was. And that's all I said.
Jed also says I look 37, and I'm 27. And he's not mean to just you. Like, it's just... But he's a person on the internet. Because it's funny. Like, he's a person on the internet. His show's called The Toilet, where we talk shit about shit. That's the purpose of it.
Well, I've always thought people who talk shit about people are highly unintelligent beings, and I want nothing to do with them. So, I mean, it reminds me of like the complex that I lived in, and all the mothers sitting around smoking, talking shit about each other, and sitting on their welfare check, and that's what Jed reminds me of. He's like a little mosquito. Just
I've got another question from the chat as well. Let me just scroll up because I've lost it. Bear with me 1 second. This is from Cabbage Knickers again. Free, seriously, does Jamie have a chance with you because you're kind of leading him on?
Are you P-Mars?
Me?
Like, you popped
No,
up out
I'm
of
a
nowhere
woman.
today. No, Cabbage Knickers, who popped up out of nowhere today. And the only thing he said in Jamie's chat earlier was things to diss me. And P-Mars is gone, so I don't know. My brain is just putting 2 and 2 together. Yeah, I can do that, Jed. I can. 2 plus 2 is 4. I know. I'm not a complete fucking idiot. Wow, crazy, eh? And guess what? You've inspired me. I'm gonna make a stop motion video, and I'm gonna dedicate it to you, because I can't make those. I'm not smart enough to. So keep fueling my fire. It's only gonna make me do better, not only on YouTube but in my life. People like you make me do better. People like you motivate me to never be as low as you, to never low blow you. Right now, I could say things that I know about you, but I'm not, because I'm not you, and I'm not going to put people down. You call me a snowflake because I call you a bully. You are a bully. You are. You sit there and make fun of people. How is that not a bully? Why did we redefine that? When did society decide that it was okay to make fun of people?
Well, I can tell you when that happened. It was when we started using the word banter instead of taking the piss.
People can
I
say
brought
I'm
this up myself.
sensitive. You know, I'm enjoying people saying I'm sensitive. I am. I'm okay with being sensitive in 2020. I'm actually slightly impressed by it. I mean, look at this world. It's cold. To be sensitive still, to not have become robotic or desensitized or like built like a brick wall in this world is slightly impressive. It means that I'm still human. It means that I still feel emotions that other people can't anymore, no matter how hard they try. Probably because they drink them away, they smoke them away, they mask them every day. Guess what? I don't. Maybe there's a reason I'm more sensitive than everyone else in this chat. I'm completely sober. I don't use things to numb myself. Why don't you try doing that for a year and see if you're sensitive?
I've been told to repeat the question because you avoided it. Are you leading Jamie on? Does Jamie have a shot with you?
So I personally, I will chime in that I've not seen Free leading him on, personally.
Thank you, Dee. I guess every time a woman invites a man over, all she wants to do is fuck him, right? You guys aren't sexist at all. You guys aren't pigs in the chat. Who would ever think that?
11 seconds.
I can't have a friend who's the opposite gender. Yeah.
W683 is my brother, Jed. Jamie is his girlfriend. So, different Jamie, obviously. 2 Jamies. Gets confusing here. We get used to it.
No, but this is kind of it. Unfortunately, Free, with the internet, this is what you will get most of the time.
I'm using Jamie for subs. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I've gained so many subs from Jamie. Are you kidding me? I've barely gained any subs since I met Jamie. Use your head, man. I know you have one. Thank you, Alan. You know, I'm just glad I'm not a sheep. Because in the beginning, when Alan came into the picture, everyone thought Alan was this and that. They're all bah, 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 we're sheep, we all agree. I like Alan. And guess what? Now I'm the one being scrutinized. So I guess Alan and I are the black sheep. I don't care. I'd rather be a black sheep than a white one.
Honestly,
bad with everybody else.
You don't realise what
It's
Alan,
true.
the prick, has done to you. Honestly, he's tricked you, unfortunately, and made you think he's something he's not. It's I can't believe you can't see it. I was saying this to Jamie the other night. It's
No.
yeah, for
I don't
somebody
see a problem
who's
with him.
yeah,
I don't know who
unfortunately,
Alan
because he's
is.
tricked you. Yeah,
It's
it's
getting
hard
warm in
to
here.
yeah. He came in under
all your
false
clothes.
pretenses from the beginning, and
He
unfortunately,
speaks his
like I
mind,
say,
he stands his ground, and so do I. We don't have
no.
to
See, he
agree.
doesn't. This is see, if that was the case, I'd like him too, but unfortunately, no. he tricked us all. Or he got me definitely, because I thought same as you. He was a nice, decent bloke. Came into the chat, but no.
I love how people
Alan,
are
don't
trying to
prejudge
say
me,
I'm
motherfucker.
a gold digger.
We do support her. At the beginning of our show last week, you'll see how her music video at the beginning of our stream last week. Feel free to click on that. It is the Iran versus America stream from last week. I'm asking questions from the chat, Alan. So don't
If someone
prejudge
has
me.
I have to
I'm
add
asking
this.
her. I'm asking
Sorry,
her
it's gonna slip my
questions from the
mind.
chat that that people have asked. It's her choice whether or not she wants to. No, we don't need Tina in here, madam.
So we've got somebody called David again. Possible porn bomb. I don't know this person. I'm not showing their face, but I'm going to risk it. Hello, David.
Hello,
How's it
David.
going? Welcome to 1 versus 1, mate.
Goodbye, David.
David.
That was short-lived.
No, they're gone.
Okay.
Bye, David.
If someone out there doesn't like Alan for a real reason, I can respect that. That's your own personal reason. But if someone out there doesn't like Alan because everyone else doesn't like Alan, just like a lot of people don't like me because everybody else doesn't like me, that's where I was getting with the sheep thing. It's this mentality of, my friend doesn't like them, so I can't either. Or,
I don't know, Ali. I don't know, Alan.
You don't believe in the same baseball team as me, so I don't like you. Like, it's so stupid. It's so degenerate.
No, like I say, yeah. Unfortunately, like I say, if the prick was who he appeared to be, then yeah, I'd be right there with you. But he's not. So I will warn you again, like I've warned you before. Just be very, very careful with that guy. Very careful.
Hang on, one sec. Somebody wants to join. Let me just copy and paste this link to Facebook.
I did put the link in the chat.
Am I still here? Yeah. Okay.
How old
Yeah,
am
you're
I?
still here.
I'm 42. There you go. I'm 42. Because from now on, I'm going to be super truthful because that worked before. I'm 42 years old. Yeah.
There we go. Done it. Sorted the link.
There's no point telling the truth when people just use it against you later.
He was scared. I think Free has a weird thing for me.
See, again, this is what I said when we first started talking about this. The only way to stop the attention, the only way to stop the attention is literally to stop the attention. So I was willing to just ignore all the chat and to keep you the guest happy and yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to address any of this. I joined the room because Alan said, don't let it get to you. So I joined, and then no one was joining panel. So I'm like, maybe I can kind of normalize this situation and just come on panel and chime in about the royal family every now and then. I did not think it was going to turn into this, but I don't mind stating the same case I stated in Jamie's stream. I'm not going to be bullied without saying something. And I'm going to stand by that. And if you call me a snowflake, guess what? I'm probably going to change my rap name to
Check
Snowflake
backstage,
now and embrace it. So thanks, everybody. I'm Lil Snowflake now.
I mean, again, that is your choice, but the hate will follow you, as unfortunately. Like I say, it sounds stupid, but really, literally, it is. Oh, wait, yeah. Oh no, they've gone again before I had a chance to click it. But David was there again. But yeah, the only way to stop this is to not address it at all. That's what I mean. That's why I wasn't looking at reading the chat out when it started happening and stuff, because I'm kind of new to descend into this. And
honestly, who cares? Look at the chat. It's a bunch of nobodies all trying to gang stalk me and bully me.
No.
Like, I've never heard of that
that's
name.
not okay.
Never heard of that name.
That's
what I mean
not
by
okay.
nobodies. Who's W683?
That's my brother. Call my brother a nobody again, and I'll just kick you. But to fill you in, Madam's been on the scene for a lot longer than either of us. Laurie has been on the scene for a lot longer than us. Cabbage is apparently a friend of everybody else. Paul has been in the scene for a lot longer than either of us.
I don't
Chris has
actually
been in
know
the scene
if
for a lot longer than us.
W683 said
Oh,
anything bad about
we
me.
have
I just mean anyone
Cakes' brother
who's
and
judging me
we
Yeah,
have
Matt.
Prick.
Alan.
saying anything more is technically a nobody.
Hello,
to
brother.
me, you know?
All right.
It's weird seeing you.
I'm allowed to say
It's
nobody.
weird seeing you
Don't
on
know
this
them.
kind of platform. Mark, mute your watch page. Martin.
We have Cakes' brother and
Dean, mute my brother a sec.
we have Prick.
Hello.
See, I'm surprised no one called you a
Hello,
snowflake
Alan, hang
in the
on.
chat for saying that he
One-
is a somebody, because
Can-
that's kind of how these people think. Like, if you stick
Yep,
up for someone and
yep,
go,
but-
"Oh, he's not a
yep,
nobody,"
but-
then you're
You
a
need to
Can
mute
you
the
mute
TV.
her as well then? Yeah, you need to mute the TV. There we go. Thank you. Okay, now you can unmute Free and unmute my brother. It's okay. I just needed to tell my brother
Oh, we got
to...
Mick as well. We have a full
Mick,
house.
what up, Mick? Hello, full house. Let's start with my brother because, well, he's my brother, so fight me. Brother, welcome to 1 versus 1 me. How are you today? Good chat, brother. Thanks. Can you hear us, Matt?
There are so many voices.
It's just my voice. What are you on about?
Oh, is this what
Are you acoustic?
schizophrenia is like? Do you know what? I didn't close YouTube.
Fucking sick one, fam.
I'm so good at life.
Well done. I'm proud of you.
Oh, you shouldn't be.
How are you? What do you want to bring to the table?
Well,
All Lori
I'm
did
scared.
was talk shit last night, anyways. I don't
Can we
care.
let my brother talk? Laurie's a peach. We like Laurie.
who's Laurie?
She puts people down for entertainment too.
Laurie's great. Yeah, but
Doesn't
she
impress
likes me. Go on, brother. Talk, brother.
So, Free. You've been on the internet before, right?
You're cutting out.
It might be good for you for me to be cutting out,
Like,
to be honest.
we don't have internet to power space here, so.
You might not want internet full stop. It doesn't sound like you can handle it. No, I'm not joking.
Sounds
You're
to me
cutting
she
out a
kept
lot.
spoken up for
I don't have
herself.
any tears, Chris. Like I said, I'm okay with being an emotional human being. Because if I wasn't emotional, I'd be brainwashed. I go down that path.
People like your beard, brother.
Cool. That's nice. That's all right.
Yeah.
You see that, right? I've been in this stream for a few seconds and I've gotten compliments because I haven't been an absolute colossal fanny like you have. 'Cause that's how the internet works. It's a meritocracy.
Are you going to explain why you say that, or are you just going to keep ad hominem? Do you have an
I
opinion?
can't
Do you
hear
have
it.
a
So
side?
you're a bit.
It's an internal panic. Why are you not addressing the discourse that we're having? Like, do you agree with what people say when they flat, attack people?
I agree that people are entitled to an opinion here. You're right, Jez, and hello, Juan, by the way.
Yeah, I am for freedom of speech. That's why I don't moderate the chat.
Yeah.
People can say what they want.
Yeah, sure.
Like I say, I will call you Alan for now, seeing as you're on the show, and not to be rude to a guest, but you know how well I feel. But
Or the hammer back, you'll call me a prick. Yeah. Well, I mean,
I don't know Alan, so
he's been around Jamie's a few times and stuff. But
I mean,
like I say, people can choose to be here or not. They can choose to read the chat or not. They can choose to respond to the chat or not. I can advise people not to. I can advise what I think people should do or how they should handle actions. But no, I'm not going to try and control anyone or any situation.
Okay, put it like this then. I agree. Free speech, anyone can say what they want. But what about treating people with contempt? When you just don't appreciate what they say, you don't appreciate their view, just attack them. You know, that's just a futile conversation. How are we going to get? How are we going to make understanding? I mean, yeah, it depends on the context of the chat. Is it just for a laugh, just to mess about, or are we actually trying to discuss issues? And you can't do that if you're treating people with contempt.
Yeah, unfortunately, that works both ways. And yeah, like I say, if Free hadn't addressed the chat or whoever brought it up, hadn't Cakes possibly brought it up, and if it hadn't been addressed, then like I say, we would now be discussing the fires in Australia.
Look, all I'd say to Free is I think she's spoken very fluently and she's impressed me in what she said, and I completely agree with you should who you are.
Kind of just derailed the stream really by whinging. So are you sure?
Wow, you're one, aren't you? Who are you? do you have actually anything to say?
Well, other than that, she's derailed the stream and made it about her. No, I haven't got much else to say other than that.
She was defending herself from the chat. People in the chat.
No, she was not.
I wish I could hear
feeding trolls like an idiot. She's not defending herself. She's making it worse.
Give me an example of what she said then.
She said that multiple people were calling her a snowflake and that she welcomed it, essentially.
Yeah, but what were they saying? How were they attacking her? Did she give examples of what people were saying about her?
Well, hang on, let me just go back through the chat. Hang on.
Defend yourself in that sense.
Hang on, you cut out then, sorry. There's so much going on, hang on.
Free, that might be your mic if everyone's sounding like robots, because everyone's coming through quite clear to me. Alan is a little bit low, but nothing too major. I can still hear him quite clearly.
Oh, okay. I'll check.
Laurie says she likes my brother a lot. My brother's cool. Ish. He stinks, but it's cool.
Whoa.
Volume up on it,
Move your face closer to the microphone. That's all you can do, unfortunately. Or get a headset like me and my brother do.
I have got a headset on.
Pardon?
I do have a headset on, but you can hear me in general.
You're a bit quieter. We've lost Free.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think her internet's playing up a little bit. She said in the chat we're all sounding like robots. So with us all, I mean, I'm coming through clearly, I assume, to everyone else, and
yeah,
you're all coming through
gonna
clearly
this,
to me. So
as Free's gone, I'm going to pull this back to topic then. Martin, you said you wanted to trash the royal family. Go ahead. Shut your bird up. Not Jamie, the bird.
Anything that I would have said genuinely has already been said. So
fair.
Oh, wait there. Free's back. Sorry.
Free's back.
Unfortunately, with my screen, it only fits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, and then it closed down. So it took me a second to notice Free had come back. Sorry about that, Free.
Juan's just said everyone sounds fine at this end. Amazing.
Cool.
And Jed asked if Alan had made his point yet.
I just came on mainly to support Free because I thought that people were listening to her, but they were just going and asking, is someone wanting to go out with her, etc., not addressing what she was saying. I think it's the most important factor in society, how we interact with each other, where we base our views and principles from. Is it okay just to keep ad hominem people if you don't agree with them, rather than addressing the actual evidence or the, if anyone have any evidence to back up what they're saying. I don't really have any real comments about the royals, to be fair. I mean, I know you were talking about that earlier, so it's not really a subject of interest to me. They're just a brand that the UK has in it. They bring in a lot of tourism, but obviously if you look back in the history, they're privileged, etc. But either way, I'm not bothered about them. And actually also because Eternal seemed to me quite an interesting person to speak to, but I don't know why he's got this agenda against me, because I've been on twice and I didn't really catch the fullness of why he doesn't like me or feels he needs to call me a prick. I mean, obviously that's down.
It's because you tricked me. I don't like being tricked, and I thought you was a normal guy who wandered upon Jamie's channel and.
That's
like you didn't really know what we was all about, and you just wanted to talk about it, and then I find out no, you've been around the scenes for a while, you know exactly where we were coming from, and you were just being completely obtuse for the purpose of infiltrating the hangout so you could be accepted and then have your pitiful say on things that I don't even think truly even come from you.
Who told you that? Who told you that I've been around a long? That's true. I did just come across this channel about 2-3 weeks ago. Who's told you that?
Okay.
Who's told you any different? Where you basing this from?
So you've never been to Discussions 2.0 channels, anything like that?
Never. I don't even know what that is.
So you've never been across any other kind of conspiracy channels, the flat Earth stuff, anything like that?
I've been on one, Vern Vision. If that's one you know. That's Vern Vision. That's the only one about UFOs and stuff.
Not one I know.
But yeah, no, I mean, yeah. So whoever's giving you that information is telling you lies or is misunderstood and.
Possibly. No, that's always possible. Again, like I say, I'm I'm easily tricked, unfortunately.
Well, yeah.
Juan just put Alan is lying.
Well,
everyone is robots.
Let them show that where I have got. I mean,
Alan is mainstream, D, says Paul.
No, this is the thing. Yeah, I understand he's coming from the mainstream point of view. But Free, unfortunately, I think that's you because everyone's clear to us. So because you went a bit wonky on Jamie's earlier as well, and he was coming through fine. So I think you might be having a few little issues on your side tonight.
Jez says he's heard his voice before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is what I mean. A few people have. It's not just one person. This is what I mean. And just because they've heard somebody's voice before, because apparently I sound like a couple of other people as well. There's a guy in our chat called Rocker who was in earlier on, and I went on a panel the other day, and he was like, "Bloody hell, you sound just like me, mate." I didn't hear it myself, but so yeah, I mean, voices can be mistaken, but unfortunately, I do think you're lying myself. I just, like I said, I don't want to make a big issue of it. To be fair.
Well, so. Who's lying?
You.
So okay, could you? What am I lying about?
I haven't not been around before.
Right. Okay. Why? What's the purpose of me lying?
Because there are so many people like you around that just put on a false persona so they can come in and muck around with chat. It happens all the time.
So if it's actually true, then it doesn't matter. You still will lean on the side that whatever someone's saying in the chat. There's nothing I can say or do to prove that wrong. I will be deemed as this person now from now on. There's no point in me talking because I'm whatever you think I am.
Can I have more?
No. I'm certainly open to have my mind changed. And again, as I see you about more and see you in panels more, maybe my mind will change. I've certainly not closed my mind, but it will take an awful lot to convince me otherwise at this point. Yeah.
find it. I don't know. I find it interesting. You've come to a conclusion already without knowing. You don't even know the full facts. I appreciate you might have a lean in. You might have suspicions, but to call me a prick every time you come on. So obviously, this is like, it's not, obviously we're not celebrities or anything like that, but it's out in the open. So people will watch this. They will see you calling me prick. So this is spreading smears against a person.
Yeah, slander. Yeah, possibly. If it's, I mean, you could be a prick. I don't know.
Yeah, I could be. But I'm just saying, what's this based on?
The fact, like I said, I feel like you tricked me.
I've tricked you.
Yeah.
But from what I've said or done.
Yeah, yeah.
But it just seems you're listening to others.
Yeah, I do listen to others. That's how I make an awful lot of decisions in life, by listening to what other people got to say about stuff.
It's based on what other people have told you about me, what their conclusion, what their thoughts or theories are.
Which is why I lean towards you being a liar and deceitful.
Okay.
And strongly so until I feel you've proved me otherwise. If you don't feel you have to prove me otherwise, that's fine as well.
You don't think that's dangerous, though?
Only if people aren't self-responsible enough and they actually take me seriously.
No, I'm talking about your thought process. You come to a conclusion about someone or something based on what others have told you and not based on any evidence.
Well, I'd burnt my hands an awful lot if I went touching fire after people had told me not to. And I know that's kind of a false equivalence, but...
The thing is, as humans, you collect data from various different people to make up your own mind. That is just human nature. That is how humans work, and you have to do that. If people tell you carrots are good for like over and over again, you're gonna believe that carrots are good. It's just the way the world works.
Carrots, you say?
It was the first example that came to my head. To be perfectly honest,
vegan.
I am vegan. Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, if I eat a carrot and you eat a carrot, are you saying so? If I like a carrot and you don't like a carrot, well, I don't understand that analogy.
Well, I made it perfectly clear. Our chat's getting just as discomplacent as I'm getting, and I am now incredibly bored.
Same.
And I am fed up of this chat. Not our chat, as in the chat that I can see, but I'm bored of this conversational topic. It's lost its oomph. It's lost its, and we're all repeating ourselves over and over again. So I'm done with this now.
Yeah.
So, Vic, how are you today, my friend? What do you think about the royal family? What do you think about the Australian wildfires? And how have you been?
I've been good. I've been really well. Right, the royal family isn't necessary. Any royal family.
Yeah.
So here's the thing I was thinking about. When you come to something that's evil and good, right? What's the difference? If I'm an animal, you say, well, that's not evil. The animal's not evil. It goes and eats the babies, let's say. If I do it, I'm evil. So it's necessity.
Thanks, babe.
I fucking just dunked me beard in me fucking drink.
We've destroyed everything.
Well done, D. I'm very proud. Carry on, Mick. While D has his little meltdown. Don't worry, we'll get you a hairdryer as soon as possible. Hang on, let me call for Sue. Sue! Sue!
I think she's asleep on the sofa downstairs.
Oh, shit. Sorry, Sue. Carry on, Mick. Evil animals.
I was trying to break things down into the most basic things of, if you look at things as good and evil, not the complexity in between, but those basic things. It all boils down to necessity. If you do if you do things that aren't necessary, is that a certain degree of evil you're using? Like the royal family, when it comes to other people's expense, do you see what I'm saying? It's like
so if you don't feed a baby, that's necessary, obviously it's evil. Is that a good analogy to the point that you're trying to convey?
Yeah, or if you, like I say, an animal isn't evil, is it? It does what it
No.
needs to do, but if we commit the same act, it's evil because we don't need to. So anytime we do things that we don't need to, is that like a degree of badness or evil or whatever you want to call it, the negativity?
Yeah.
So does that apply all the way through the whole spectrum of life? Is the way I'm thinking.
I don't see why it wouldn't.
Because if I change that to necessity, I would come across as a moral person, would I not?
I think that's a very difficult moral question to answer.
Well, it is a purely moral question. This is the thing, because we have the higher intelligence to put good and evil into some sort of context. Whereas the animals you're talking about there, Mick, they're well, as far as I can tell, they don't have the higher intelligence. I certainly know they have feelings and stuff like that. You can tell that from their behaviour. But
yeah, I want about our observation of them. We don't see them as evil, but behaviour because it's necessary for their survival.
yeah, but also because we see them as lesser than us, i.e., intelligence and maybe even sentience to some degree.
Well, let's say you came into this world day with your same consciousness, just your consciousness as it is, but in a lion's body. It was never, nobody ever learned you to read or write, and you was just a lion. How would you ever communicate with a person? You'd just be a lion, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm fortunate to put myself into that situation. Yeah, I'd have to strip myself of everything that was me and be a lion, and therefore no longer be able to process the fact that I'm just pretending to be a lion. So yeah, I just don't know. Unfortunately, is the answer to that question.
It's like when you just domesticate a cat, you're changing its personality, aren't you? You're doing things that it would not. Becomes dependent. That's what happens if this matrix we live in. It's about dependency on it.
But for it to do what you train it to do, it has to be capable of doing that in the first place. If you get me, so you're not really, you're just molding a behaviour you like, rather than actually changing the creature itself.
Nature's forged it, doesn't it? Nature's forged everything. It doesn't. There's like what forges the river? It's just the rain.
Kitty.
Again, I see. This is the thing. I mean, again, I know a lot of people like we put humans above animals and stuff, but I still see us very much a part of nature, and so by that extension, then I'd have to say that yeah, we actually can't do anything good or evil because we are just a part of nature, and we'll fulfill the programming we've been given, basically.
But we can see what's going on, can't we? We can observe it, really observe it. The animal can't really observe itself, can it?
But
it doesn't have an ego.
Oh god damn it, you got me on that one. I don't know.
It's about being exactly what it's about building the ego. It's like Frey was saying earlier, she's sensitive, she's a right to be sensitive. You also have a right to be insensitive, haven't you?
Well, yeah, by that logic, yeah.
They're not. So it's like everybody has a right to be who they are. And you don't go to the channel, like you're saying before, you don't go to the channel to be upset and watch it all and start slagging insults. It's like, why do you go there? You stay away from it, don't you? It's like you must want to feel to go there. You must want to feel insulted, is the way I look at it, to a certain degree.
I'd certainly fallen under that trap myself. Yeah, I go to places, or certainly used to wind me up and stuff. So yeah. Maybe we've all got a bit of a masochistic side to us.
There's two types of energy you can feed on: the bad energy or the good energy. It's all the same. You're feeding off of it. That's the way I look at it. And it's hard because we're programmed in a certain way. And if you think about things, you can change it. It's like not reacting to things becomes an achievement, and you get the same buzz off it as you would by reacting to it. It's not about the path that we take, and it's about the destination we're getting to.
Well, if there is no time, we've already got to that destination.
Well, I think consciousness evolves constantly. It's not the body that's evolving, it's the whole thought thing. It's like, if you think how much we came on mentally, how fast a human can learn compared to the things around it.
Yeah, we certainly seem to be adaptive creatures, and yeah, I think that's one of the things that's going to stop humans ever really being extinct from the planet. Obviously, our societies might not last, but yeah, pretty sure humans will. I'm sorry, can I just address Jamie Parrott there? Yeah, animals don't have a moral compass, and so cannot be good or evil. They don't understand that concept, and I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at earlier. But at the same time, if they don't have that moral compass, why do they feel remorse for their young ones dying and stuff like that? Surely there's got to be something there that lets them know that it was a bad thing that their child died.
But
It may not be quite as
morals?
involved versus us.
Is that morals or is that compassion?
I was just going to say
yeah,
that.
well, no.
Yeah.
That's got nothing to do with them being good or evil. That's just them being pretty gutted that their kid's dead. That's a bit more simple than having a moral compass.
Yeah, but I'm saying it may not be as an evolved a moral compass, but surely you have to have some sort of moral to feel sorry that your child's died, is what I'm saying. You have to have some kind of basis of comparison, right? And I know, it's a very simplistic argument I'm using now, and
it has to be imagining something, doesn't it, to be upset by what's just happened?
Yeah, that's probably a clearer way of what I'm saying. Yeah, so it has to have, there has to be something there for it to have based that loss on, and I'd call that maybe not a full moral compass, but certainly the basis for one.
A potential future, maybe. So it has thoughts the same as us, like it projects into the future, also has a past, but it doesn't. They never dwell on things, do they? They never let the things that are not important to bother them. Once they're attacked by something and they get away, they don't sit paranoid for the rest of their lives. They just constantly get on and eat the grass like they did before.
Yeah, maybe I've just overthought that one.
Quite possibly.
Underthought it, mate. No, I've probably just overthought it, actually. My brain opened up so much. Mind opened up so much, my brain fell out. Yeah.
So, we've lost Free again. So,
she's probably she is. Wait, I've got to scroll down and get her back in. Sorry.
So, I don't know if my brother and his girlfriend caught much of the chat earlier, caught much of the stream earlier when we were talking about the Australian wildfires. Do you think that the Australian wildfires are directly related to climate change?
Yes.
Do you not think that it's to do with them not cutting back what I'm calling as kindling like they used to?
I suppose that would probably play a part, but Australia's a bit hot. Australia's a bit dry.
It's a bit hot, bit dry, because they used to cut back the kindling, which would obviously
burnbacks, and like I said, the Aborigines survived there for thousands of years, literally doing the same thing, actually just burning certain areas so that they wouldn't be overwhelmed. So they kept it sustainable for human habitation. And unfortunately, like I say, Australia passed a law a few years back stopping that back burning, and there was a whole uproar that this exact thing was going to happen. Nothing to do with global warming, all to do with the fact that if you don't do these controlled little back burns, you end up with a whole country on fire.
Okay. Because I made this example last night on Jedstream, that we used to drag all of the garbage out of our lakes and clear the lake beds and the river beds, so that banks wouldn't burst and so that we wouldn't have mass flooding. And then that became illegal. We stopped clearing the lakes, and we got all the sediment and shit at the bottom. And now we have floods all over the country. And let me read this. The Aboriginal people had their own ways of preventing the spread of wildfire. However, settlers destroyed their ability to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is it. We need to give back control to the Aborigines of the wildlife, and things will settle down in future seasons. Yeah.
Yeah. This is kind of what we were talking about last night. That comment's from my brother's house, by the way. There's a few of them there.
That's cool. I took it that way. We said why so from Amy and not Jamie.
From Amy, from not Jamie, but from Amy.
They're not very presentable though, so.
That's okay. I don't rude. I don't expect them to be. They're at home. I was putting my makeup on like 7:45. Like, I'm doing it. I'm almost ready to, because I was playing Dark Souls with you guys. So, but you know that you were there.
Oh no, I was about to say, yeah, I was there.
None of us have been around long enough to know how this realm actually works. It's all conjecture. Conjecture. D.
Words are hard. Yeah, let me get that.
Jed needs to get one specifically for me. Like, Jed, you legit need this banner for me if you're still there, mate. Because, like, last night I could not even. Lots of private
and I'm the one sat here
dams,
bonging my fucking head off, like, God.
Same would apply to native Indians, D. Yes. And yes, definitely give power back to natives.
Yeah.
Less fracking. What are you doing? Why is it now dark?
I mean,
have you gone outside?
Have I gone out? No, of course I haven't gone outside.
Okay. It's just darker.
Sorry, because I moved. Is that okay? Sorry.
No. How dare you move?
Oh, sorry.
Good shit, Jet. Good to see you still here. Please make me a words are hard banner. For when my mouth doesn't work.
Yeah, realistically, do I think that's ever going to happen with the giving back of natives to their land and stuff? No, but
that doesn't mean that it shouldn't happen. I mean,
it
lots of people keep saying, "Oh, that will never happen. This will never happen." It doesn't mean that it shouldn't happen. It doesn't mean that the way that it's working right now is correct. Carry on.
Are there enough original natives left with the knowledge to do what they used to do as well? That's another thing that would have to be taken into account.
Probably not, because Western culture stamps out everything and we just steamroll everything and wreck the world. You've all got your mics muted, and that makes me sad.
House is being a menace.
What's happening in her house?
You're a menace. What are you doing?
Yep. Sounds like my house.
Lots of private dam rivers.
Go and sit over there. Go on.
I missed that
Go
one.
and sit over there with the other children.
Because that must have been when you were talking about the actual dams. Yeah, lots of private dam rivers as dry does not help. And like you're saying, with the dredging and stuff of lakes and reservoirs and rivers and all that kind of thing, it really does. It builds up, and then they have massive silt releases, and you have these massive mudslides and stuff. So yeah. And again, unfortunately, every time it will get blamed on global warming, but a lot of the time it's just mismanagement of local areas. Oh, we've lost Free again.
It says there, I don't know if you've actually looked up in Google, it says Australia's climate has warmed by more than 1 degree Celsius over the past century, causing an increase in the frequency and intensity of heat waves and droughts. I have also heard, though it's from it's not from really a source that I usually get. Have you heard of that James? What's his name? Joseph Watson. He was on Infowars. But anyway, he was saying that there's a lot of reports kids setting fires and stuff like that. But the climate change thing, why a lot of people saying climate change, is probably because of that, because of the increase in 1 degree Celsius, and
Yeah, well, see, if that was somebody arguing against vaccines, people would say it's just coincidental evidence. It's not real, actual evidence of any sort. You'd have to have a pattern built up over millions of years to really see the difference in
and has it?
Climate changes and stuff. Unfortunately, the furthest records we can go back for where we can actually test the atmosphere is something like 850,000 years or something. I think is the furthest we can go back with the ice caps.
Yeah, it says fire's been part of these environments for tens of thousands of years. Much native flora and fauna remains dependent on it in various ways. But I think 10 out of the last 15 years have been the hottest ever recorded. So can you?
Well, again, can we trust the sources a lot of the time? Because you do see that a lot of these weather observatories and stuff are placed in like areas where you wouldn't really want to place them, like next to naturally warm areas and things like that anyway, and built up areas where you're going to get the trapped heat going on and all this kind of thing. And so yeah, of course we're going to start seeing warmer weathers when you're putting your instruments in warmer areas.
Well,
so sorry.
No, go.
So what do you think the solution is, and what's it going to cost?
Well, solution as in we need to know what it is though first, don't we? What's causing it?
Well, if we don't know what's causing that, why we say what it is?
Well, we do know what's caused. Well, the science feels they know what's causing it, but obviously politicians and the public, whether they believe that or whether they have any other ideas is another thing, isn't it? If the public don't believe it, then there's not going to be a rush for governments to do anything about it.
So does belief equate into the scientific method?
Sorry, say that again.
Does belief equate? He keeps saying if they believe this, does that equate into the scientific method? Because you're going about the scientific method. So if the scientific method works, we should know, or we just don't know. So if we don't know, we shouldn't be saying it's climate change.
Well, if you believe in the scientific method, if you feel that's the best way to find out information, then science.
But you said to me, Alan, you said it's not a thing about belief. It's a method. It's a thing. It's not it doesn't involve belief.
But there's a difference between belief and believing in something. Yeah, I believe. This is the problem with the word belief. It really puts this different contexts with belief. Science based is only based on evidence, isn't it? So
it all boils down to belief then.
No, the science gives you the evidence. So it gives you, like, for example, 1 Celsius higher. We've gone up 1 Celsius higher this century, which will intensify the possibility of bushfires. So then we can look at that and then say whether we believe it or not.
So it boils down to belief then.
Yes, and that's the interesting factor. How one accepts something or thinks something's true.
So there's things you don't have to know, like believe, isn't there? There's things you know.
Yeah, if you need to believe in something, then there's no evidence for it.
So when you believe something, there's a lack of evidence, isn't there? It's not a full picture that says definitely. There's evidence missing, and you've come to a conclusion with missing evidence. It becomes a belief, doesn't it?
Who has?
I'm saying if somebody does come to a conclusion and there's missing evidence, then it's a belief, isn't it?
It's if it's an opinion means
Yeah, it is.
a belief. Yeah, a guess, in other words.
Yeah.
I think there was a question of what's the solution then, and then you went on to belief and all this. But the question was, what's the solution?
You can't have one without the other, though. That's all I was saying.
Yeah. How could you change it back? Who would be responsible for that? Also, the big factories that pump all the pollution into the sky. The money people are.
Well, we're
this
responsible
is
for
what we
the
talked
factories and everything. So,
Yeah.
like I say, it really does come down to us. Like, if we stop buying products that are produced by big corporations will crumble. It wouldn't take long either. We'd have to only suffer for a couple of months. It wouldn't take too long for things to shift around.
So, do you know the world runs on money, doesn't it? But all that
Well,
money,
it runs on the faith of money, but yeah.
yeah. But it all boils down to you buy things with this money, the objects, don't you? Right? So the money is just a tool to buy the things. Now, if we still bartered with things, nobody could take anything off that. You can't say, "I have 50% of that creation of that guitar that you've made." So nobody could take anything. The money's in place. Like, it doesn't mean the things that we make wouldn't be getting made, because the creations have been getting better all the time. We'd still be making cars and things. Like Jez makes his Batman car in the garage and things. Don't people like making things? And if they can get better things like houses for those things, then it misses the middleman out.
Yeah, but there are an awful lot of jobs that people wouldn't do, unfortunately, that need to be done.
Like tanks and guns.
Well, no, like cleaning toilets and getting down and building sewers in humid and warm and cold and wet, and all the kind of things that people just don't want to do, but they do it because they have to earn money.
There's people who will do that, though. There's people who don't mind doing that.
Yeah, but I'm sure there are a couple. But if we wanted to build a whole new city, would there be enough people willing to do that?
Well, how much would you not want to do that, and what would you give them to do it for you?
Yeah, just exactly. You could be, but you're coming back down to giving somebody something to do something. There's still this faith. Look, we're big trading.
That's all we're doing it for, anyways, isn't it? The objects that the money buys. There's no storage of money. There's no storage of power. It is just the smallest flow necessary to survive, isn't it? You wouldn't want to make loads of stuff. We wouldn't have all this shit that we don't need.
I don't know. I think if I had a lot of free time on my hands, like sat there and my fields all got ticking along nicely and everything, I'd be wanting to make loads of stuff. So I'd have loads of unnecessary stuff everywhere just because I'd want to fill in the time and stuff. And I mean, you know me, like I say, I'm into the creative stuff. I do my resin bits and all that kind of stuff, and it's all unnecessary. I don't need to do this. Nobody needs this stuff.
Made that look too easy.
Well, if you look at houses that were built years ago, there's like a lot of money gone into the special stones and things that built the houses they've done there. And they don't build stuff like they did then because it costs too much. So money gets in the way of creation as well.
Oh yeah, it certainly does. And again, don't get me wrong. I'd love to live in a world where we didn't have to rely on money to get people to do stuff. It's just as unfortunately, it's just as unthinkable to me as anarchy, as much as I'm an anarchist myself, or wish everyone else was responsible enough to be an anarchist.
It's alien, isn't it? It's alien to us. It's not saying I could change. What I'm saying is I can see the solution, but I could never fall into it from where I'm conditioned to live in this system. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So Barbie said, sorry to interrupt you, but Barbie said you can't solve the natural cycle of the earth. It just happens. They just want to place blame for nature. Solar minimum and maximum play a part unless you're stuck in flat earth mode. I agree that solar minimum and maximum have to play a part. We did an entire podcast on climate change not too long ago, actually, or it might have been a while ago. I'm not sure. It was a while ago.
One of our second. It was like our second show, I think. So.
Second or third show, yeah. And what I came to the conclusion before we started the show was that even if climate change isn't a real thing, it doesn't hurt to clean up our act and get our shit together.
Very good.
Do you know what I mean?
Very good point.
It doesn't hurt to get the plastic out of the oceans. You guys know I'm vegan, but I can guarantee a lot of you, except for D, eat fish. You guys are eating fish that are filled with plastic. That cannot be good for your body. Like that just can't. We were talking a lot about health last night on Jed's stream. We have the same opinion but different opinions, Jed and I. But I can guarantee
we have the same
Jed
opinions but different. That makes total logical sense. Love it.
If you watched the stream last night and you were there, you know that we had the same opinion, but in a be quiet, you Baldy.
Don't troll me, bitch.
So I'm sure Jed doesn't want to be eating fish full of plastic, you know. So even so, it doesn't hurt to be cleaning up our shit, you know. We should be taking care of the earth that we live on. We should be stopping using. Do you know what? In fact, I'm going to show you something. Okay, right. Okay, so my table's a mess because it is full of all of my gardening stuff. So this is all my garlic that I've just planted. Look at this little guy. Like, he's going crazy. Look at him. I don't know if you can actually see him. My finger's in the way. So this is my compost here. It goes outside every day. But what I wanted to show you was these are from mushrooms. Yeah. Okay. They're going to be filled with probably some seeds from in there. And that's just my way of reusing something. Oh, I've got two cats. I'll show you the cats as well because they're quite content inside boxes and very cute. And that was a Christmas present off my brother's girlfriend. It's very fluffy. It's very warm when you microwave it, and it's definitely helped me.
If you grow plants in plastic, it's not the same effect as eating fish from plastic river, right?
Oh, that's a good point. Are they BPA free and all that kind of stuff? So they leach.
Do you know what?
Use my brain. It works.
I'm not sure if they are, but my point was recycling so that these don't end up in landfill and end up inside your bellies. So I'll take the hit for you guys. I will eat the plastic. Do you know? I don't think. Do you know? I don't know. I don't know.
I think that's. Did what Cake's doing, I think if we had a society that embraced that, I think we would, that automatic would mean we would create containers that are friendly as well. I think that's
I mean,
well, this is everything
little
that we
guys
can make out of plastic now can be made from hemp plastic and hemp cardboards and
this is biodegradable cardboard. This is basil that I planted earlier on today, but that's biodegradable, so I don't have to repot that. I can just put that straight into a pot. But that's a really interesting point, actually, which I'm gonna definitely check, and I'll definitely get back to you and read up on growing things in plastic, and because do you know, it hadn't even crossed my mind, so I'm glad you brought that up. I'd like to hope it's not the same, but this is just like I've even said to my brother and his missus and their house, like, if you have to buy mushrooms in plastic next time you come down, because they live up Huddersfield way, I was like, next time you come down, bring me your mushroom containers and stuff like that, and I'll use them for garden. Let me just catch up on the chat. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Those comments I just put in the chat then. Basically, and see, this is the thing. We got taken out of a recycling mindset. We used to just recycle naturally without it being called recycling. It was just reprocessing kind of thing. Like, we used glass bottles instead of plastic bottles because glass bottles can be sent back to the factory, sterilized, reused many, many times.
Mm-hmm.
It's like now, we seem to be going back to paper bags. In my generation, it was a big fight to get rid of paper bags because we were cutting down the Amazon for it. But now apparently our recycling technologies have got good enough that most of these bags can be made from 100% recycled material. And I mean, why not? It's still biodegradable at the end of the day.
It's the need for things instantly, in it. Like we can do like shopping now. Obviously, there was the, in the 80s when Thatcher brought in the Reagan and the right brought
Thanks, babe.
the Americans and Western world brought in consumerism, and obviously the free market is based on us buying things. That's the whole point. If we don't buy things, then the economy will not flow. So that's the conundrum that we're in. If you don't buy and
Is
spend,
she walking on my plants? Cola.
And well, it is, and it is that catch-22 situation, because like I say, our economy relies on our faith in the money that we back up our economy on, and yeah, we are stuck at the moment. And like I said, the only way out of this is for us to suffer for a little while a new system comes into play. And this is the problem: not enough people are willing to suffer.
Because I've got down to get these out of the cupboard. These are onions. This is a reusable bag that we take to the shop with us. It's got like a drawstring on it, and they're like 20p in Sainsbury's for English people. If you don't like, I try to avoid buying like carrots and onions in plastic bags just because I think it's stupid, and they're exactly the same price, if not cheaper, to buy them loose and without the packaging. So like we have 2 of these full of mushrooms in the fridge. We've got these and red onions as well, because it's just, what's the point in me? I fill out the recycling bin otherwise. Like there's 4 of us in our house. Like how do people do this when they're not like as minimal packaging as they possibly can?
That's a great cakes, because you could just when you said that about buying carrots in plastic. I've done that, and I think, well, actually, yeah, if you think about it, why do I need to buy it in a bag? Obviously, it's quick. You can just pick it up rather than weighing it out. But this is the thing, though. If a company brings it out in a
get off the seat,
environmentally friendly free packaging, it would cost them more to make that, or any kind of product, and then it would be higher in price. But the free market is not based on competition, in it. So two companies against each other, they'll do it as cheap as possible to get a better profit margin. And if that means getting cheap plastic, put it in cheap plastic, then they'll do it, and then the public will buy it. Or more.
Yeah.
That's the conundrum we're at, isn't it?
But then you do get the people who are like environmentally cautious, who will purposefully go out of their way to avoid buying plastic things. I mean, the company, in case you didn't know, I work for Lush, and all of the products there have already come from recycled plastic, and a few of the plastics are completely biodegradable. It's like a cellophane, but it's made out of eucalyptus leaf, and it's completely biodegradable. And I bought some sweets from a shop called the Conscious Candy Shop. Their carbon was kind of almost zero, because they sent out the package when there was another package of something else being delivered on my road, so that reduced the carbon footprint caused by me having something delivered. And the cellophane was another biodegradable cellophane that I could just like chop up and bang in my compost, so. And I bought those for me and for my brother's girlfriend, because both of us try to reduce our impact as much as we can, just by getting rid of as much packaging as I possibly can. Plus, it takes up less space in my fridge as well. With less plastic in there, there's more space for food, and y'all know, bitch loves that food.
It costs Lush more. Does it take a bit out of the margin?
Yeah, but our products are also as ethical as they possibly can be. So they've got they're higher priced. It's expensive.
Careful with the word possible there.
What do you mean?
I'm sure they're not as ethical as they possibly can be. I'm sure there are more ethical routes that they could take in some of their practices. And don't get me wrong, that's just the top of my head thinking big corporations, blah, blah, blah. But
well, that's the thing. If Lush became really massive, I mean, I like Lush, but there's not many Lushes where I am. I know you can order it online and stuff, but until Lush gets a shop in every high street or kind of takes over the market, then what would happen after that? Then would they start having to, as a bigger corporation, the bigger they get, is that going to change the way they do things? Are they going to have a, you know what I mean? It's.
I mean, Lush is global, so I don't really know how to answer your question. There's 152 stores in the UK alone, so
yeah, but their market share is probably very low in terms of bath products and stuff in it. I mean, yes, they are one of the best ones in terms for vegans and vegetarians and stuff, and people who feel like that. But their market share would be pretty low. But hopefully,
their market. They invented the bath bomb, so their market share for bath bomb is higher than any other. And yeah, I was just going to quickly catch up with the chat if you don't mind. So Madame put, they tell you to recycle but must be washed. You end up using more water, which you are then charged for, as we have meters in the ground and they ship it abroad, dump it in landfills in China. Yeah, we're on a meter as well. I have a question. Who thinks some fascist policies may be beneficial for the planet? A one-child policy. People should not be able to buy anything that's not as recyclable. Fascist. That's not getting rid of the problem, though. That's still blasting out water to possibly create problems elsewhere.
None of this either is about being beneficial for the planet. Like I say, once we've killed ourselves off with all the decisions we're making, the planet will get right back on track. No worries. We're not saving the planet here. There's nobody here that's ever going to save the planet. I mean, this has been made clear, hopefully, like by funnier people than I, i.e. George Carlin.
Well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, isn't it made to feel like it's our fault, right? So if it was to be, it's allowed by the government for them to make plastic and all your stuff to be in plastic, and then we get these landfills and problems. And then who's ultimately going to stop it all? The government. Is going to pass a legislation where you can no longer have plastic if it gets out of hand. So they won't do that because everybody's an asset, isn't it, for taxes? So it's like the only incentive that will work is money. So it's like whatever if he says we'll give you the food cheaper if you take your own thing to the shop and you can have 40% knocked off if you take your own packaging, like your own box to put it in. But they wouldn't do that because everything is just taxes, so it's all about money, isn't it?
Well, actually, no. There's speaking from coffee shops, for example. If I go to Pret a Manger or Pret, we'll just call it Pret. They give you 50p off if you take a reusable cup with you instead of having their paper cup. So if I take in one of my, I don't have a cup to hand, but if I take in one of my coffee cups, I get 50p off. Well, I have this one, but that doesn't. Funnily enough, actually, Pret's next door to work, and I have gone down and gone next door with a mug, and they have given me 50p off because I didn't have my reusable cup, and I was like, I want proper coffee, not crap coffee, and I took my actual mug, and they still gave me 50p off. And Cafe Nero gives you an extra stamp towards a free coffee if you take a reusable cup. One second. Sorry, my phone's about to die, so I've got to send Dan to get the charger. And my brother, I think he said the one-child policy. I personally don't believe we're overpopulated. Are you laughing at me?
Yeah.
What, you think we're overpopulated?
The world's heavily overpopulated.
I don't think it is overpopulated.
You do realise that 45% of America is still untouched by man. Cities are overpopulated for sure. Cities are overpopulated.
America's not been touched by a man. Is that right?
I'm pretty sure that. Well, that might be a little bit old. That statistic now, but yeah, it's still quite a large proportion.
You mean it's not inhabited by man?
Sorry, what?
Did you mean it's not inhabited by man?
Yeah, and it's not inhabited because it's just too difficult for people to get there a lot of the time. But again, like I say, I'm just saying there is space we can make it not so difficult if we want to. I mean, we got to the Amazon because it had lots of things. So if we need more space, I'm just saying that it's there to be made.
And my brother's just put, we need areas to grow trees, not people. I agree, we need areas to grow trees and not people.
Well, see, this is
and
something...
We're chopping trees down to make land for agriculture in places that we shouldn't do. I don't think we have the correct setup for the population that we have, but I do think we have the ability to have the amount of people that we have if we were smarter about it. And there are a lot of places where we're all densely packed into areas that we shouldn't be in. I know that there are a lot of countries that have still got a lot of Greenland. As much as I don't want Greenland to disappear, but they're not tree land, they're just fields, and they don't have animals on them, they're just fields.
I did a lot of extensive traveling a couple of years ago, driving around the country. And once you get out of the city, you can drive for a good hour without seeing a building. Just fields everywhere. So literally get out and drive around the country before you judge how overpopulated we are. Because you will see most of where you are driving, it's just fields. Oh, look.
75% of that land is used for meat.
Yeah, no, I'm not disputing what the land's used for. I'm just saying there is.
Following on from what you were saying, I wasn't going against.
It takes, what is it, 3 times more land to create the meat we eat than it would if we grew veg instead and just ate veg. So
1 part meat, 10 parts veg to 1 part meat.
And it's the water as well. So apparently, I mean, taking it slightly off. Yeah, we use a hell of a lot of water to produce the meat. I imagine we'd have to use a lot for veg as well, but yeah.
The water used to make 1 hamburger would last 1 person about 3 months for showers and bathing.
But this is where we're at the point. We're at the point we want a cake and we want to eat it at the moment. If people truly, really cared about the world, the rest of humanity, they would stop living in cities, they would buy a small holding, and they would live that more naturalistic life. The proof to me that nobody really gives a crap is that that's not what people are doing. Because it's the only realistic solution. And like I say, people have a choice, and people have made their choice. They want to live in cities, they want to pollute the world, and they want things now. They want it delivered next day. They want it full of plastic and
yeah.
Are
you veggie or vegan, Alan?
I'm a vegan. Yeah, the majority of the public are politically ignorant, and this is when you listen to a politician talking, even though you'll have the media or the panelists or the critiques of the politicians. They don't really. They're not really.
I'm not laughing at you, Alan. Sorry, I'm laughing about.
Oh. Well, I was laughing at Dorian's ones.
I'm just saying, politicians, when they speak, they're talking to the politically ignorant. That's what they're talking. That's who they're talking to, and they can get away now. If anyone tries to question them, they can just continue to say the narrative. The narrative is who holds the narrative. So, what incentive do people have? I mean, if someone's telling them you don't need to do it, climate change is not real, as long as there's people there to dilute the argument, then just a person, an everyday person, is going to probably continue to what they're doing and not believe it's true or not.
Check backstage, D.
Oh, wait, no, no, 5 of us, no.
Oh, okay. It was my brother just said, let me in.
Oh, wait, he's appeared again. Oh, no, there he is.
Hi.
Oh, it's Jamie.
Hiya.
It's Jamie.
Oh.
It's different.
Right.
You've just jumped and you've just hurt Dee's back. Your face has startled him, and now he's in pain.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. I am very shiny. I'm really. This climate change is something that really, really is important to me. So I'm just wondering, like, how can you think that we have enough space for more people? Why do we need more people? The world's overpopulated.
We don't need more people.
We don't. We really don't. And there is really no reason for anyone to have more than 2 children. The desire
There
to-
actually is. It's a mathematical statistic. If you don't have more than 2 children, then you can't sustain a sustainable population. It won't grow. It will stagnate.
Why do we need to grow?
Because right, basically, if society isn't growing, then it's aging, and if it's aging, then you have a problem then with too many old people and not enough young people to do the jobs of the old people. So if you stagnate by not growing, you outsource yourself basically, and it destroys societies. So if you drop below a 1.8 child per person, which I think we've dropped below, then you end up with that aged society that can't sustain itself, and we'll end up all living on freeholds because there'd be no society anyway.
Okay, so if we did this for like maybe 5 years or so, I'm not saying that only ever have 1 or 2 children for the rest of eternity, but if we did this for maybe like 2 years to 5 years, then it would reduce the population. There'd be less babies in however many years. We'd have more resources, more space for people. With house prices would come down because less people would want them. There'd be less poverty. There'd be more food for everyone. There'd be more water for everyone. It would, in my opinion, it would work.
See, we have been, unfortunately, like I say, we have been below the 2.4 like nuclear child that we all think of as a family. We have been well below that average since about the 80s now. Like I say, it was before the 80s. Large families now. Usual to see somebody with 2 children. A lot of the time, they've just got the 1 now.
Yeah. Well, maybe it would work. Maybe it wouldn't. But I personally don't see that preserving humanity is that important. To be honest, it's not really.
I'm right along there with you. To be fair,
it's obviously not sustainable. I have some quite strong opinions about this, and I am aware that a lot of them are quite acquired and not them. But I think we're too concerned with that. We should be preserving humanity rather than preserving the earth that we live on. It's something that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I agree in the sense that we don't have a right as humans to necessarily feel that we can live on the earth or not. We've just done it. We've done it. If humans became extinct in 50 or 100 or 1,000 years, I mean, what would that mean? Is that really an issue for anyone? I mean, it comes to the point. What is the point of life, really? Isn't it?
Oh yeah.
I mean, we won't survive 50 or 60 years. We'll die at some point. But
Sorry, you're breaking up.
Yeah. See, the point of life to me is pretty obvious. Like, we're born, so what's the point of life? To create more life. I know it seems pretty self-sustaining, but it's not so much about the life, it's about the consciousnesses that will inhabit that future life.
Yeah, I get that. That's fair enough. I understand that.
We haven't got a right to say we have a right.
I think Mick's right with what he's saying, that we haven't a right to what we have, and we kind of assume that we have, and we've got this entitlement to the resources that is provided by the planet that we're living on. So why do we think that we can exploit it and make it something else?
Yeah, there should be an issue with us saying, okay, we're using too much stuff, and we need to reconfigure the population. For Africa and India, their population is really growing fast. The Western world, it's in the middle, and it's stagnating, so to speak. But the third world countries, their population is growing faster and faster. So will the Western world sacrifice populating in order to provide resources to the third world countries? Would you agree with that?
No, it's the tree of life, Paul. Carry on. Paul asked if you were in an alien necklace.
No.
I just thought I'd actually use Google to back up my fact that we have now fallen to that unsustainable level in the UK. That we're at 1.8 births per woman in the UK now. And that's from 2016, so it's probably gone down since then. So we're well below the sustainable rate to keep England alive. So I think it works about 150 years from now. Yeah, England won't be a society anymore because we'll all be too old. So yeah. I mean, again, and don't get me wrong, humans don't deserve what we've been given. At the moment, we don't. So yeah, I'm all for the eradication. Like, I mean, I'm quite happy to see humans depart from this beautiful planet.
So I have a question for House. Martin said that. Oh fuck! Let me get it back. Sorry, brains.
No one else can hear you, so I'll have to repeat it out to everybody.
That's fine.
Oh, hang on.
I'll turn it up.
I'm saying there's too many.
Sorry, say that again.
That's too loud.
I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I'm saying there's. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm saying there's too many of us for the atmosphere. So if more people switched to a vegetarian-based diet or a vegan-based diet, well, just plant-based, would there then not be more of an atmosphere for more people?
That's not the point. We don't need an atmosphere. We don't need an atmosphere for more people. We need an atmosphere for a planet that works. It's not about people.
But if more people were on a plant-based diet, would there not be a better atmosphere?
You're correct.
And I don't mean vibe.
I mean, yeah, but
If people...
what's the point?
Hello, Amy.
Hello.
Go on.
Hey.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm having to struggle not to, get a little out because my top's a bit short. If people even reduce their meat intake by 2 days a week, yeah, there will be less carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is better. You're absolutely correct with that. But that doesn't mean that we need to have more people, because that would just necessitate the need for more people to reduce their meat intake, which again, yeah, is a good thing, but it doesn't mean that we need the people to then
have the facility
yeah,
for
just
more
because
people.
we have it doesn't mean we need to do it.
But I'm not talking about the carbon dioxide from the animals. I'm talking about the physical land space and the trees that we're destroying to feed these animals.
A lot of
Pardon?
You mean agriculture? You mean agriculture of it?
Yeah. Yeah, the process of rearing animals is expensive in terms of our planet's
Do we have to watch
things.
Oh, sorry. I forgot.
Sat there watching my brother stuff his face.
A lot of arable land, a lot of land that we grow crops on is not suitable for animals, and vice versa. A lot of the land that we have animals on in this country is not suitable for growing food, is not suitable for growing plants because of the type of soil, because of the way that the land has previously been treated, because of the chemicals in the soil. So even if we reduce our meat intake and reduce the need for fields full of animals, that land then could not be used for growing vegetables or could not be used for growing trees, for example, because the land just isn't suitable.
It would be suitable if it was left on its own for 10, 20 years.
It would take a long time.
It would take a long time.
But we used to be on a farrow animal and crop rotation. That is how we used to grow, and that is the best way of growing vegetables.
But we use a lot of pesticides, and we actually treat the soil in a lot of ways that we never used to do.
Yeah, because fuck the bees. We don't need them.
No, fuck the bees.
There's a big movement for people to grow their own food, like you are. Those baskets.
Got me garlic.
It's just to take a little bit of thought. Gradually, over time, as people who are meat eaters, who are the older generation, maybe as they die out, so, as long as we're educated about how to do that, then it should, it's not going to happen overnight. This will happen over 50 years, won't it? Something along those lines. But it needs the will of the people to do it.
Sorry.
Are you okay? Do you need adult supervision?
No, I was just laughing at Martin putting half a can of Parmesan cheese on his pasta.
Leave my pasta alone.
You're such a fat fuck. Like, seriously. I know I'm one to talk. Not you, Jamie, obviously.
Right? I'll have you.
I mean, you won't. You'll just roll.
I was just warning that little break, sorry. We could cut off at any time purely because we only get 20 hours a month for StreamYard, and yeah, we're running close to our limit, I think.
Okay, cool.
That's Bree's fault.
But I'm happy to keep going as long as everyone else is.
Yeah, I'm fine.
That's Free's fault. I don't know if you heard him.
I didn't hear him, and I didn't hear you.
Martin says that's Free's fault. He was ready to have an argument, and he's gutted that he didn't go one.
Yeah.
No, to be fair, I think Free's probably argued out at the moment. That's probably why she left and stuff. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Anyway, I don't.
She's a tit.
I thought you were going to say something more then.
No.
Yeah, sorry. No, it was pointing at Martin. Phil.
It went too fast, Amy. You were a blur. If that helps.
Just calling someone a tit is not an argument, by the way. Just put that in.
You're right, it's not an argument, it's an insult. And you're a tit too.
At least you're humouring certain people.
I didn't quite catch what Alan said then. I didn't quite catch that, Alan.
Saying at least he's humouring some people at someone else's expense.
Only if you take it personally. That's the thing. Is
an insult. That's the whole point of an insult. So they take it personally.
Yeah, but you. It's up to you how you want to. If you want to get offended,
I understand, Kate. You're related to the person. You're not going to disagree with him. So.
No, he does.
Oh no, I disagree with him all the time. He's a fucking cunt. Like he is a sweaty, ignorant, ugly bastard. He is a dickhead, and I slap his nipple every time I see him. We have
It's definitely true.
We are. I will tell my brother when he's wrong. And you can tell him when he's wrong. That's more than fine by me. But my point was what? Pardon?
You're not his mum. You're not going to come after anyone for bullying him on the internet.
No. Yeah. Well, yeah, he can hold his own. But yeah, Paul just said, it's the internet.
Right.
Leave your ego at the front door.
Well, for me, bullying was physical. Bullying was never equated to people calling each other names. Like this is a relatively new thing for me. Because, like I said, when I was growing up, sticks and stones would break your bones. Names will never hurt you.
Yeah.
And yeah, it wasn't considered bullying unless you went home with a black eye and, like I said, bloody nose.
Depends.
Cut lip.
Depends what the sticks and stones are, doesn't it? If it's someone intentionally, you don't know them, these banter, like you said before, you said something about banter when the word banter was brought into it.
Yeah, that was when piss taking was taken down a level to just an everyday thing. Yeah.
Now, so Cake's brother called Free a tit, is that banter, and Free understands that, then that's fine. But I don't think that is the case. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, he probably just thinks she's a tit and wanted her to know.
Oh, look, it's couples time. Look at you, Pat.
Yeah, I think I wanted her to know because she's a tit and she needs to grow up. She's 42.
She's 28.
Oh, well, she said she was 42. Well, she don't be fucking acting like that. I swore. Is that okay? Sorry.
I've just called you a cunt. It's more than okay.
It's encouraged.
It's encouraged.
Freedom of speech.
Yeah. Let's get on to Barbie. She's just put any opinions from the panel on agriculture and its effect on the earth. So we've got two vegans, a pescatarian, and a fat bastard. We've got Mick. I can't remember. Is Mick vegan?
Yeah.
No. Well, yeah.
No.
So I'll let Mick answer. Go on.
Who, me?
Yeah,
Are
don't
you
ask
mi-
me if you're a vegan or not.
I would describe a vegan diet, but I'm not like falling into the category. Don't wear leather. Don't do this. It's like
Okay, should we call you plant-based then, Mick? Would that make you feel more comfortable?
Just call me Mick.
I mean, yeah. My pelvic floor can't take this humour. So I'm vegan with a yeah. So to answer, who would like to take Barbie's question first?
Well, I'll have a quick go. If we just
Go on
remind ourselves that 10,000 years ago we were nomad, walking around. After caveman, at some point we invented agriculture and we were able to stay in one place, and that's how societies and cities formed. So obviously the population grows, and it gets to a point where, you know, obviously when we're now in the free market system where everything's a business and consumed. So this is where all the plastic, all the food, and you've got the factory farms, and it's a massive industrial meat complex or whatever it is. So veganism, in thinking about the environment, really is the only way. 10 parts plant-based meat is needed to make 1 part meat. So that in itself tells you how we can improve food and enough food for the population. Badly articulated that. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Would you say that has a lot to do with efficiency as well? It's like we gluttons, we walk around huge. There's loads of food gets chucked away all the time, and then you see starving kids. Now, do you think there's not enough food, or do you think it's the way we do things?
Well, it's society. I mean, you know, what we're talking about, other people are watching X Factor or whatever. They're living their lives as families, what you probably will call normies or mainstream or whatever, just getting on with their lives, and they'll go out, go shopping, pick what they want, have whatever they thought about it. So it's the narrative, and it's about changing society's view over time. Once they're made aware of these things, then they can decide. Or, like for example, the tax on sugar. Should we start taxing food that is produced not environmentally properly? But then the free market will say, well, you're not giving it competition. That's the argument now. This is why I think we're at a dodgy position in society here, because you have the right wing who like the free market economy, and they don't like the fact the European Union are moving towards a liberal socialist way of looking at things. And this is where the diversity is, when you've got normies, snowflakes, the right wing. This is the war that's going on about where we should take society now that we understand a bit more through science about what's happening with the climate and the food we eat and the royal family and all that. This is the conversation that's happening now.
Well, do you know you're on about tax on sugar? Do you think it's right that there should be a tax on an addictive substance? How does that help the person who's addicted to it?
I don't know if this sugar tax works or not. I mean, I love the high sugar drinks, and I think Coke, Pepsi, and Monster are the only drinks that you can buy with the actual normal sugar in the high sugar, and that's the drinks I use. I don't know what the stats are since the sugar tax came in, whether it's affected. Or maybe I can ask you: did anyone here buy high sugary drinks and now has changed? Because the drink you bought before the tax was on was 12 grams sugar. Now, if you buy something, it's 4.
They got rid of all the sugar in their drinks, and now they suck. So maybe that's the reason.
I didn't hear that.
All the San Pellegrino drinks got rid of all the sugar in them, and now they're absolutely sucked. So.
That's what I'm saying. Do you now drink a high sugar drink, or do you drink a low sugar drink?
Well, I've always done low sugar drinks just because I prefer them. So
Right,
it's never really affected me, except for the San Pellegrino thing, which now absolutely sucks dick.
Does anyone know of anyone who drank high sugar, the normal sugar drinks as they were, and now is? Because if you went and bought a Tango Orange, for example, before the tax came in, that was like 11 grams of sugar. If you go and buy the same drink, it's now 4 grams. It's been changed, but it's still the same drink. So I just wondered if people, what people's experiences are of that. Because if this sugar tax works, then it's a good blueprint for other things.
It didn't. Well, I mean, I drank Coca-Cola for 20 years. It was literally the only drunk. And yeah, when all this sugar tax came in and the price of Coke went up and stuff, I just carried on buying it. So it didn't work on me, is all I can say. And when I walk in shops now, I mean, I don't drink Coca-Cola anymore, but I still go down the drinks aisles and stuff, and you always see all the diet drinks are on the shelves. Like the shelves are full of diet drinks, and none of the full-fat sugar drinks are there. They've all gone because that's what people want. People don't want the low sugar stuff, but it's shoved down their faces.
Even the drinks that don't say they're like the Tango. All the drinks now, if you go into the shop, all the drinks are low sugar, even though they don't say they're low sugar.
Yeah, I know. It's even
etc. It's only Coke. Anything stamped on the can.
Ribena. It used to have more sugar in than Coca-Cola Ribena, and now it's down. Yeah, it used to be 27 odd grams. Now it's 11.5 grams. But the taste has completely changed as well. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely been an effect on the quality of drinks, unfortunately, since this sugar.
Hang on, we can't hear both of you at the same time. What were you going to say, Jamie?
You have to be quite careful with a lot of these drinks now as well, because without the sugar, they artificially sweeten them with something, I think it's called aspartame, and that is going to be one of the leading causes of multiple sclerosis. Well, not leading, but one of the causes of multiple sclerosis. So you kind of have to be careful with how much you're drinking. People think they're getting a diet drink, so it's healthy, and they won't get any repercussions from it, but it is quite possible that they might.
Yeah, no, I avoid the aspartame myself, and this hasn't got aspartame in it.
No, I drink so much Diet Coke and Diet Pepsi, and that has a lot of that in it, and it's really, really bad for you.
Yeah, it looks like sucralose is what Ribena went with to replace their sugar. So
yeah. You can get plant-based ones like stevia and that kind of thing. So.
But to get back to Barbara's point, which was about agriculture, what I was saying there was that maybe if we're trying to find solutions to allow society to gradually go forward in the way that we would prefer, more environmentally friendly, is maybe you will have to start taxing companies that produce food that doesn't go down the environmental route.
Well, do you know the type of sugar we consume on the mass? Do you think it's good for us or really bad for us?
Say that again.
The type of sugar we consume en masse, like it's in sweets and confectionery, do you think it has a really bad effect on us, like health-wise?
Yep.
So do you think it's right it should be targeted at children, like with the bright packets in prime part of the shop? Or do you think it should be hidden away, like not so your kids? Because we programmed as well. I'm not saying that we're not victim to it, but do you think it's like something so bad should be targeted towards your children?
I know, because I think that you're taking away the responsibility of parents. If I want Fred to not eat sweets, Fred won't eat sweets, and if he's allowed to have sweets. Obviously, I'm not a demon, but he's not allowed to have the amount of sweets that you see other kids eating. You see the moms picking their kids up from school with a bag of sweets in their hand. No, when I used to pick Fred up at 3, he goes to after school club now, but when I used to pick him up at 3 o'clock, I'd be there with a Tupperware of grapes and stuff like that for an after school snack on the walk home.
I think that Kate, you're the prime minister of your household. That's the thing. You can decide how to run it. What about in terms of society? How do we persuade and interact and for other society in general?
I just don't think that it should be down to the corporations and their advertising to children. I just think it should be down to parents. I don't think it has anything to do with social structure or anybody else. It's fundamentally down to the parents. What goes into a child's body is your choice. It's up to you.
Yeah, but
so
are you being given an informed choice of what goes into your child's diet is the problem, I think. And most of us as parents are ignorant or were ignorant. And so now food's talked to a lot more, don't get me wrong, but certainly when I was still a parent to young children, we didn't have this information. You just fed them what you'd always eaten.
Yeah, we've got the healthy starts and all of this literature about now, because we understand more the way that food affects our bodies, you know. So it may be different. It's difficult for me to say because my mum has fed it. I mean, I know I'm chunky and that is my own fault because I put crap into my body, but I don't let my son eat the crap that I will eat. You know, I'll snack on food when he's not here because I don't want him to see my poor eating habits. And my mum and my dad both raised me and my brother to eat healthier food. Like we both of us eat an array of vegetables. I say this and he's just tipped half a can of fucking Parmesan cheese over there, and he's a chunky fuck as well.
Turned out though, we're both fat.
I know.
So
I know.
Anything.
Pardon?
So what's this healthy eating with the child got to do with the fact that we're both fat?
I understand how food works and I make that choice. Why do people actually think there are GMO foods? Take your head out of your conspiracy cloud and think about it.
GMO is definitely not a bad thing. If we didn't have GMO, we couldn't feed the planet. And also, we wouldn't have orange carrots. So, you know.
Yeah, but that doesn't really matter.
I like orange carrots.
Yeah, but purple carrots.
To be fair.
Oh yeah, purple carrots.
Yeah, to be fair.
I mean,
there's genetically modified foods and there's genetically manipulated foods, which is the two different things.
Don't get me wrong, some of them are bad. We can't survive on just genetically modified foods, but some of it's definitely.
You shouldn't touch them at all. Literally, unfortunately, the Americans don't have any choice because they don't have the labelling laws that we do, and all their foods have got GMOs in, and that's why they're all fat, obnoxious, unhealthy people.
Just pause for 1 second, D. Just pause for 1 second. No flirting in my chat, please, whoever you are. Thank you. Continue.
Wondering haggis, okay.
I wonder where that haggis is wandering. Hopefully off the street. What are you doing? Go on.
When we say GMO foods, do we mean the foods that are sprayed with loads of fucking chemicals to make them grow more? Or do we mean the foods that have been, okay, so this one's bigger, so I'm going to pollinate this with this to make this one bigger?
That's manipulation. That's what I call genetic manipulation. Yeah, genetic modification is when you go in and literally change the gene to be more protective against mold or whatever, when you literally change it on a genetic level. Yeah.
And that's why when people say and that's why I say when people say GMO, there are two different things behind GMO. And I think when people say it in a negative way, what they mean is the shit that's sprayed with a load of fucking bullshit that kills the bees.
Terrible, but
yeah,
things can be genetically modified to be better, like
seedless grapes.
Seedless grapes, for example, they are so much better. And plants have been genetically modified, or I don't know which one you want me to call it, but or manipulated.
You're genetically modifying food when you selectively breed it, aren't you? You're picking the genes out and you're crossing them. Whereas when you start splicing genes, when you've got the genes of a moth or some insect in with your food, you don't want that, do you?
Yeah, no, and I think some candy floss flavoured grapes in Aldi the other day, and they must be GMO, but they tasted pretty good, to be honest. They were good.
Unfortunately, yeah, but again, you're making yourself guinea pigs. So anyone who does the GMOs, you are making yourself a guinea pig. Like, I mean, you're basically the equivalent of people who used to smoke before we knew smoking was bad for us. Like, you just don't know. You don't know, and that's the problem.
Does anyone?
Oh, go on. Sorry.
Does anyone know, D?
No, that's what it's going to take time. Unfortunately, only time will tell, and that's my issue. We just don't know. It's something we have no clue what we're doing with.
Barbie's just said, sorry to interrupt you, but Barbie's just said, were they genetically changed because of mass agricultural mistakes? I think they've been genetically changed to feed the masses, and because we're such a wasteful society.
Yeah,
like my mum, for example, the amount of food my mother throws away. We were talking about this last night, right? There are 4 half-empty jars of pickle in the fucking cupboard. They're the same pickle. Sorry, 3. And then there's 4 jars of curry sauce. She's not going to eat 4 jars of curry sauce in a week. Now, me and Dan and Jamie and Martin can, and in fact, most of you fucking know that I have my fucking week's meals planned out in a fucking diary, and then I write down every fucking ingredient, like 6 carrots and shut up, you ginger, 10 onions, and like the exact fucking number of things that we will need for the week, and we'll go buy it so that we have no waste. Whereas my mum doesn't do that. She'll just, oh, this looks good, this looks good, this looks good. I'll have all of this, and then it's in the cupboard, and I'm like, oh, no, I have no space. Thank you very much, mother. And I've really lost sight of my point, and more just got angry with my mother, and I apologise for that. But
calm down.
I need an adult. But I think that they've been genetically modified because we need to feed the masses. That's what I think. But I might be wrong. That's just my opinion.
Mess about with food to feed the masses. Do you not think we're a bit overpopulated?
Fuck off.
Yeah.
No, I'm
serious.
I'm serious. We need to fuck with food. There's too many of us.
I see what you're saying. I think there's better ways for us to sustain the amount of people that we have with us.
We only need to fuck with food because we want certain types of food. If we were just happy to eat whatever was available, there's plenty of food for everyone. Unfortunately, we're very picky. We're, like I say, we don't deserve what we've got. We do not deserve it. We're spoiled children.
So if I make something that's seedless by genetically modifying it, how do I grow the next generation?
This is a good point.
Do they not leave them on the vine to go to seed? Even though they're seedless, they still have tiny little seeds. So would they not leave them on the vine to maybe go to seed?
Well, this is the thing I've seen is these companies like, I forgot, Alamos or something like that creates the GMO food. They create the seed and they've convinced all the farmers it's the best thing to take, like in India. And so they give up the proper seeds and they replace it with these. Then if the crops fail, they can only get the seeds from them, so they have to pay the money to the company to get the seeds.
Yeah, because they can't reseed. They're suicide seeds. They only germinate once. Yeah, and the next generation of seed won't germinate. So yeah, you're stuck having to re-buy your product from the company rather than just taking the seeds from the crop you've grown and stuff. And that is one of the big issues with GMO food. Yeah.
But also, if you look at a cucumber, for example,
ever,
you can't.
Barbie, don't worry. Sorry.
Oh no, not at all, Barbie. Don't be silly. But if you look at a cucumber, you can't just cut a cucumber in half and get the seeds out. You can't do that. You have to leave the cucumber on the cucumber plant, and it turns from green to yellow and almost doubles in size. And the seed, that's when the seeds mature. So with seedless grapes, is that not what would happen? I mean, I don't know if anybody in the chat knows if that's what happens, or I might Google it later, to be honest, because I am on a gardening hype at the moment, as a lot of you know.
So, but you can take a cutting. Like a cutting.
Yeah, you can take a cutting. Yeah.
You can do that.
So
you can make clones of every plant, and they will have the exact same DNA as the other one.
Yeah, but again, even then, clones break down over generations.
They do, but it's just a cool thing to do.
But still, that dependency thing, you can't grow the plant at home from a seed that you bought from the shop. So you're dependent on them for your grapes forever on.
Barbie's just said, how does the ground grow the next generation if it's depleted? And it doesn't, Barbie. Back in the day, like I was saying just when Amy was talking to the background in house, that well, Amy was talking to us from the background is what I mean. Like, not the you know what I'm trying to say. I don't want to come across as rude though. We used to be on a rotational system where we'd have the farrow field, we'd have the animal field, and we'd have the plant field. So we'd go from animal to farrow to plant, animal to farrow to plant. So the farrow field would be sucking in all the nutrients from the animals' shit, and from the animals being on that field, and then we'd replant on them. But now our soil is just being planted on and planted on and planted on, and that's where we have to spray shit on it and use fertilizers and like chemical fertilizers to make our vegetables good.
But we do know, just a quick quiz question then, what foods are grown with GMO in the UK?
I have absolutely not a dicky bird, mate.
Anyone?
In the UK?
What was the question? Sorry, I missed it.
What foods that are grown in the UK are GMO?
Not too many, if any, I don't. I think we've got pretty strict laws about it, haven't we?
Correct. Most of it is for animal feed. So if you're vegan, then you're not going to interact with that. So
no, but would it not still affect the bees when they're pollinating those foods, and the bees then go on to pollinate our food? Does that not somehow? That not then?
What are you saying? What are you saying is bad about GMO? What is the problem with it? I don't know what the issue is.
I don't necessarily have a problem with it. You know, from my point of view, it's just a process. We do trial and error, we test it. Is it because dogs? We naturally change the genes of dogs, don't we? Through
it's like selective breeding.
So I don't know. I mean, is D against it? D will probably better answer that question.
Like I say again, it's the biggest problem is the corporatization of it. Like that is for me the absolute overall biggest problem, because now you've got companies in control of the food and not just individual farmers. Because now, like I say, it wasn't suicide seeds, it's Terminator seeds. I do apologize for that. And again, it makes you dependent on a corporation. And then, of course, we've got unknown health effects. Like I said earlier, that there's just this complete unknown. This is going to be something we're only going to find out with time, whether it's affecting us.
This is true. Vaping, really, and anything that we don't know a lot about, and doing drugs and whatsoever. It might fuck us up in the future. It might not.
Just to be clear, on the government website, genetically modified foods are not grown commercially in the UK. The GM foods you can import are varieties of seed rape, soybean, cottonseal oil, maize, and sugar beet. So it's still very restricted.
Okay.
I think the problem, isn't it, when you have the GMO food and say it's like a corn for making plastic rather than something that's being edible. And then you get the pollen that strays and cross-pollinates the true strain that nature's created, and then it gets mixed into that. You can't get back out.
Yeah, that has been a problem in America. Like I said, there's lots of lawsuits, unfortunately, where farmers have their crop cross-contaminated, and because there's a patent on the seed, the next generation of seeds they grow, or if they grow, because obviously with cross-pollination you get hibernation, so some of these seeds will grow. And they're not allowed to, they've got to pay to be able to grow that crop, because it's now a hybrid. It's cross-contaminated with a patented seed, and the companies will just come in and take farms off people because they've grown the seed that they weren't supposed to.
Well, have you ever Googled the experiments on the rats eating GMO corn? Have you ever Googled the images of that?
Was that the one that produced the super rats that were like 5 foot long kind of thing?
No, they've all got tumours.
No, well, I've heard about the super rats, not about the tumour rats. No.
Yeah, just rats that eat GMO corn. I think that's all you have to Google.
Well, to be fair, I mean margarine. The only reason we eat margarine is because it was produced to feed chickens, and the chickens kept dying of heart failure, and they were like, "Oh, damn it, we put all this money into what we're gonna do." Humans are stupid enough to eat it. There we go.
We'll eat it out if you put it in
a tub. Yeah. I'm happy being a guinea pig. We've discussed this many times.
Yeah, no, and this is the thing. Again, it comes down to self-responsibility all the time. It really does. Yeah, if you're happy with that, that's fine. I'm a guinea pig in an awful lot of what I do in my life. I mean, I never mean to come across
Mr. Jelly
like I'm
Baby,
standing
jelly
on a
beans.
soapbox, like, or standing above anyone. Like, I mean, I'm just as flawed as any fucker else.
Well, does nature actually create this to happen to get the numbers of the people down if it is overpopulated?
Well, it seems like we're doing it. It's not nature that's genetically modifying these foods and stuff, is it? It's us.
We put the reasons on it. We have an individual reason why we do the things, but the fact that it all happens, like, you can't just keep growing. It's like if you had all the animals and no people, they wouldn't overpopulate, would they? There's always something comes along that kills it off. It gets the numbers down. So we use all or whatever.
I feel like with animals, though, they populate because of the need to survive. Humans populate because they want a baby and they want to dress it in pink shit and take it to a wacky warehouse and eat chicken nuggets for tea. They populate because they want to. Well, in most cases they do. I'm not saying in every case they populate because they want to, but in a lot of cases people decide that they want to have a baby, and that's fine in some cases. But animals don't do that. Animals think, oh, look, she's got a fit vagina, I'm going to put a baby in that.
The way that you just said that was amazing. She's got a vagina, let's put a baby in that. No caption, guys.
Oh, I haven't got time to sort my laptop's too slow.
No, don't. It was a joke.
It is your purpose, isn't it, to snap a small part off from you? Like every man on the earth came through a woman, hasn't he? Like every person on the planet came through a woman. That's how special we are.
I am very special, but we all know that.
We knew that, though.
You're the most special case.
Oh.
You've got to remember, though, the man gives birth first. It's not the man's fault that when we give birth, it's pleasurable.
There's no choice, you have to come through a woman. Everything on the planet came through a female. Like in this world.
Mm-hmm. That's why women are the best.
Men. It's men. Men give women babies. Women don't give women babies. Men do it. The power is in male hands.
Sperm bank.
Women think we're less than men.
Just go to the sperm bank and
just. The sperm had to come from a man.
Yeah, well, shut up.
It still came from a man.
Yeah, but
yeah, all right.
Physical pain as well.
Just go over there.
Get some GMO sperm.
We can't hear Amy now, by the way. You could just kind of hear a mumble in the background.
If you give birth to a baby, would you think you're a little bit more right than your partner?
I'd be fucking surprised, to be honest, if I gave birth to a baby.
Yeah, I would be shocked, not gonna lie.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, piss off you.
I half missed Mick's question, by the way. I didn't quite.
Sorry.
If he had to push a baby out, would he feel he has the right to be a little bit more bossy, like he has a bit more right over things? Because he went through all the pain.
I'm really struggling to hear you. I'm really sorry.
That's kind of what my missus did to me, my ex-missus. Yeah, that was the card she played. Like, I pushed them out. Like, I mean, I've got the overall say on this. Whether I think that's right or not, no, I don't. I think we should have an equal say, but
that's what you
can't always agree.
If you were to go through that pain, and that pain was part of the pleasure, would you think that you did have a little bit more, like, right over things because you did have to go through that pain?
No, the way society is set up at the moment, no. But maybe in the grand scheme of things, yeah.
So let's say it was a choice thing. So either you could have the baby, and you chose to take the pain. Do you think you'd have a little bit more of a right over it? You'd have a little bit more priority because you took the pain.
No, I'd have taken the pain just to take the pain, mate.
I don't. I'm really struggling to hear Mick's question.
The question is, because you take because the female takes the pain of childbirth, does that mean they have like more of a right to be how they are?
No, I think
that
having presence in a child's life gives you a right to be in the child's life. If you're present, if you're around, then yeah, go for it. Be a dad or be a mum. It doesn't matter if you know.
That's not what I was really. That wasn't what I was really getting at. That the person hasn't got a right. You're not taking anything away from them. What I'm saying is, you think you have a little bit more. You should have a little bit more authority because you've had to endure with the pain. Like you owe me a little bit, sort of thing. Do you know what I mean?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe for the first few days while you're really like when the woman's really exhausted, maybe the man could take on a couple more note feeds, especially if they've had a traumatic birth. But I think in the grand scheme of the child's life, no, I don't think so. Sorry, go on, Mick.
Just because it's only while it's hurting. That's the truth.
I think just because it fucking hurts, and it is hard to get up in the middle of the night. I mean, I had to do it on my own, so it would have been nice to have had somebody there to get up in the middle of the night instead of me. What I was going to say is it's a really difficult question for me to answer, because I've not had the luxury of that choice, you know. So. Like the guy disappeared at when I was 5 months pregnant, so it's not a choice that I've had.
Can I ask you the other way? If somebody took your pain on, would you be a bit more forgiving?
Maybe not.
Forgiving in what way?
Like you would tolerate a little bit more shit because they had to put up with a bit more.
No, because I think the giving, but it's a really difficult question to answer because women expect that pain. We know when we're pregnant, we know what we're going through. We know what's going to happen. You know that it's a ball ache and that it's fucking.
But having a baby.
And also, sorry, can I just cut in there? Because what most women don't know is you've got about a 90% chance of shitting yourself as well. They don't tell you that one until it happens.
I didn't, Jamie, but. It was a thing that I watched on One Born Every Minute. There's lots of poo in pool births, and it's you can. Oh, Jed's put cute couple. They're not cute. They put fingers in each other's ears and fingers in each other's noses, and they're gross. Okay, they are hilarious. They'll hit each other. And, huh?
You at the train station, you couldn't look at Martin's arm.
Oh God! And Martin's got psoriasis all over his arm, and Jamie will sit there picking at it and like scratching it all off, and they're not cute. Jamie's cute, but Martin's hideous. Look at him, fucking scaly fuck. That happens. There was a woman walking past us at the train station. Jamie sat there pulling the skin off Martin, and what was the look she gave him? She just was like, turned away.
It was a big, like, flaky, scabby bit, and it was doing my head in.
I can't even touch dandruff if it's on Dan. I'm like, just stay there, and I'll just have to look at it instead.
And you're given infinite access to pick and scab.
I know you do.
We're human.
Yeah.
We're very simple. If we scab, I pick scab.
Paul's just put C-section all the way if he was a pregnant lady. Fuck that. Do you know?
Pussy, you fucking pussy, Paul. I thought you were a fucking man.
I think and I turned out okay.
No, but I think the pain of C-section would be much worse than vaginal birth.
It takes a lot longer to get over a C-section. It does a vaginal birth a hell of a lot longer. Yeah.
And TM. Pardon?
It's a lifelong scar as well, to be honest.
Yeah, it is.
Got a scar, and I'm 22, 23.
Proof of child.
Yeah.
Out of Friends, I think Paul's been watching Friends. It's in, I think, season 9 when she's That's the question that they ask in that episode.
Yeah, it was a long time ago for me, friends.
Paul's just put.
If you need any friends for me, I'm here.
Paul's just said no man has ever asked to be kicked in the nuts again, but women want more babies. There's no like amazing thing that really comes out of being kicked in the nads, though, is there? You know, like you get a baby when you have a baby. Really?
Revelation.
And facts on 1 versus 1 me. But you know, they always say that the woman forgets the pain. Like, I remember that it hurt, but I can't remember the exact pain. Do you know what I mean? Like, I didn't scream through my childbirth. Thank you very much. No, I didn't. No, you didn't. No, there's not a video. I would not video that shit. Will you fuck off, you ginger ginge? I ain't squeezing a bowling ball out my golf ball sized hole. It's why I has to be a man. Oh, I didn't get to fill in that form. God damn it. Oh, that's something that's been riling me recently. So I have this person on my friends list. And at first she was, at first they were a lesbian, and married to a transsexual man to female. And now this person is identifying as non-binary. Now, whilst I don't have an issue with that because it doesn't affect me, I am sick to death of seeing on my news feeds that she wants a box on a form. Now, to me, right, I don't see all the Asian people complaining because their box on a form is British Asian, when there's loads of like Asian countries. You know, they don't have a specific country of where they came from to describe their nationality. Why do we need more boxes when there is an other box or a prefer not to say box?
First world problems.
Some people like to win.
Sorry.
It's just something that had been really riling me because I saw this on my news feeds last night after Jed's stream. Do you know when you finish on here and your mind's just ticking over everything that's just happened over the past on Jed's 4 hours, and you can't sleep because there's so much going through. So I'm scrolling down my news feeds and I see I'm non-binary, and then in the comments it was all, oh, but we want a box, we want this, and shame we don't have it on a tick box and all this. So I went to Google. 0.4% of the population is non-binary. That equates to 1 in 250 people. Don't think we need a box for 1 in 250 people. I just don't.
But this is what we were talking about the other day. Oh, sorry, go on, Jamie. You.
No, I was just going to say I would agree, but having not experienced being non-binary or trans or anything like that, any LGBTQ, I don't think I'm any place to comment on whether they want.
No,
I know. I get it. I would sort of.
I agree with that point, which is why I would never say it to somebody's face. But if we pander to every little thing, how much fucking paper do we need? That's my main thought, was how many more ink, how much more paper do we need if we pander to every little thing? Like, if the Asian population wanted every country named when you click British Asian, we'd run out of paper.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I do agree with you. I see your point and I agree with it, but I just wanted to point out that as far as
you don't know how it feels.
Like, I wouldn't.
You just wanted to appear slightly more politically correct.
I'm not politically correct. Fuck off.
I mean,
see,
come on.
Yeah, but
I would tell somebody in person. I would, like, if somebody tried telling me something that was obvious to me they weren't, I'd say fuck right off. Like, just no.
I think if I was in Subside, you don't know. If I was in the pub and somebody was bitching about it and I'd had a few bevies, then I would. But you know,
I think a lot of people just want the representation, but all the validation that. I don't really get it because I've never needed that. But some people just need validation.
It's because you're probably a self-responsible person. That's probably why. Okay. Yeah, it's self-responsible people don't need that validation from others, so they can just live how they live.
Yeah,
I do. That's why I'm on YouTube, and I like people saying I'm pretty. Facts.
Only watching in like 140 pp.
Pardon?
No, I'm horrible.
140.
Well,
140.
yeah, you are a bit. I mean, look at you. Fucking scrub.
I wouldn't want to
Need a
look
wash.
at 1080. I'd die.
Anyway.
Two genders, if you want to identify as a unicorn or on Mondays, that's fine. I definitely want to identify as a unicorn on Mondays, Paul. 100%. I mean, who would not?
I mean,
No, I don't want to.
I mean, I know that's not the point you wanted to make, Paul, but it's the point I'm going with. I would most certainly. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do. No, I'm not, because then I'd be a My Little Pony fan, wouldn't I?
Bernie.
Fucking Brony's ruining everything.
I can't understand what's going on. What's happening?
Same.
I don't really know.
Live or just right now?
Pardon?
Live or just right now?
Unicorns and things and genders and things. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm unsure what the thread is here, what your subject matter is, but carry on.
Non-binary.
Yeah, we've kind of gone off track a bit. It started off as the Royals. We went on to Australian fires. Then it quickly went into the argument between Free and Jed, and then
Alan
we
and
kind
Jed
of
and
pulled it
everyone.
back on track a little bit. And yeah, now we're just kind of yapping, I think. But to be fair, we've gone on over an hour and 10 minutes longer than we normally do. So this is all bonus material, guys.
Madam asked for at least not to cut it off at 11, because at least half an hour was taken away from us chit-chatterooning. So I was like, oh, don't worry. I woke up at 12 o'clock, so I'm not particularly tired. A lazy bitch. A bitch, I went to sleep at like 4 a.m.
It was a late one last night, yeah. Not blaming Jed this week, though, because it's obviously our responsibility and shit, but yeah.
No, it's Jed's fault. It's Jed's fault for having such interesting hangouts. Fuck the toilet. But I should probably, all of you guys know, I don't need to tell you. But in case you don't, Jed's new fortnightly grey area replacement is called the toilet. Pop onto Jed's stream from last night to find out why.
I'll stick a link in, just give me a second. Chat amongst yourselves.
Drop that. No, I refuse.
Oh,
and in case anybody is interested, me and Jamie, not this Jamie, vegan realist Jamie, not this one yet. No, well, not even him. Yeah, that's Telly. Me and vegan realist are going to be starting our cooking show from Tuesday. We're going to be cooking a chili. It will be vegan. I'm going to finally show Jamie how to actually cook food instead of just eating gutter food. I don't really know what. I don't understand how people can live off vegan burgers, but sure. So we're going to be doing that from Tuesday. We haven't kind of finalized the details. I don't know if we're going to stream it as we're doing it or if we're going to premiere it. I'm sure, Jamie, if you're still watching, I'll video chat you tomorrow and we can discuss it, or you video chat me whenever, and we'll let you know by way of Jamie announcing it when we are going to go live or whether previewing it. But that will start on Tuesday, as in 2 days from now. So yeah. And the link to Jed's last night's stream is in chat.
It's a must-see if you like Laurie's boobs.
Yeah.
What was that about boobs?
It is Laurie's boobs. I don't know if Laurie's still there. Laurie, are you there? But Laurie is Laurie's fucking awesome. I love Laurie. Like, Laurie is legit great whenever she's around. Like, even through the Cross episode of Grey Area, like, just having Laurie there, like, I love her. She's great.
When you were telling me about.
Maybe.
The Angry 6 Minutes.
Yeah, kind of, but that's from another thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chris, she pretty much gets them out the whole time, mate. Honestly, it's like being at a strip show. Jed's stream last night.
I did wonder where you were last night, Jen. I did wonder where you were. But her camera kept falling over. Laurie's camera, bless her, last night kept falling over, and for like she kept like fixing it, and then it was like this, and then we're just like in bits laughing, and she's trying to fix it, and it's all like this, and it was good. We had a little show. Yeah.
Fun,
Baby, no genders, as we are all spiritual beings running a body avatar so we can experience the material realm. So who the fuck knows? Okay, Plato. Calm down. Maybe. Probably not.
So is gender decided by the person who has, say, a transsexual operation and has a husband, let's say? Now, is straight who's going with a transsexual, or is he gay? Just sympathetic.
Fucking Dano in the background.
Is he gay for going with a transgender? Is that what your question is, Mick?
Yeah, he's just a sympathetic gay. Or
sympathetic gay.
Yeah, because he just understands the man's going through the operation, or does he see her as a woman? And is the person's gender decided upon who's viewing them, as well as the person themselves? Or do you see it as like you can't change your gender?
Fixed gender. If you're born with a cock, you're a man. If you're born with a minge, you're a woman. Like, I mean,
I would say the politically correct answer to that is if somebody has sex change, they're a woman. So if the woman is with a man, the man is straight and the woman is a woman. Like if it's a transgender man to woman, then they're a woman. That's how they want to be perceived, I think. That's what I would hazard a guess. But also the
shape of a clitoris is.
Say that again. I heard shape of a clitoris, and that's as much as
what the shape of a clitoris is. If you had to draw it, you know what you would draw?
I'd draw a small penis.
Yeah. So D said we were born. The women were born with a pussy. They're actually born with a small penis as well.
Or are men not just born with a vagina that's
clitoris
bigger?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, for the female to male, I think that's what they do, isn't it? They grow the clitoris. I think. Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, we have testicles, don't we? Women don't have testicles hanging out. That's not on your clitoris.
No, yeah, there's a lot more things. So I oversimplify things, but yeah, I mean,
and we don't have a hole there neither.
It's just a matter of temperature, or something at a certain stage, whether we...
Yeah, a certain stage of pregnancy, because we all start off as females, and yeah, if you reach a certain temperature at a certain time, the hormones are reacted and you become a male. Yeah.
It makes sense that there is some kind of complexity to it all, isn't it?
Yes, but not as much complexity as, unfortunately, has been brought to the table with the whole transgender agenda.
Give me an example.
Well, like I say, if you're born with a male body, all the male bits, you're genetically a male.
Yeah.
Whether you feel like you're slightly feminine or not, that doesn't change the fact that you're physically a male. And just by you going and having an operation and having those bits changed to look like something else still doesn't make you that something else. It just makes you somebody who's had bits chopped off and bits rearranged to look like something. So yeah, no, like I say, that's when it's going a bit too far with it all. Man, fine, be an effeminate man. If you want to be a man who's had his penis chopped off and shaped into a woman, call yourself a man who's had his penis chopped off and shaped into a woman. Don't try calling yourself a woman. It lowers women. It takes away from true women. I mean, how dare they try and suggest they're the bearers of life?
Well, can they have children though?
No, unless they freeze their sperm or leave the womb and cervix and vagina and everything intact, then no. And then if they have, kind of how can you really call yourself what you are if you're doing the function of the opposite to what you're claiming to be? You don't have to do a lot of mental trickery to trick yourself. This is what I mean. And yeah, for me, like I say, just call it as it is. Like, I've got nothing against it. I mean, literally, if people want to go off and have bits chopped off to look like something else, that's absolutely fine. Just call it what it is. That's all I'm asking.
But if you now, in your mental state as you are, which is, I'm presuming it's a men, I'm not going to prejudge, but obviously I'm presuming that you feel like a man. And that would be based on, obviously, you feel naturally a man, but also through your woman. But if, say, for example, you had a woman's body, I'm being devil's advocate. I'm just trying to put myself in their position. If you felt you had a woman's body now, Dee, and you were able to become, have your dick chopped off or whatever, to be as close to a woman as possible, would you not want to be called a woman? Or whatever?
Yeah, no, I certainly wouldn't want to be. And even putting myself in that mindset, because like I say, I really truly do think it would, like I say, take away from what women can do, which is give birth. And I know, yeah, people argue, well, some women can't give birth when they're born. Well, sorry for them, but
so if you had a woman's body and you changed into a man's body, how should we class you?
As I don't know. You'd have to think up of something else, like a new classification that made it clear that you were something and you've become something else.
All right,
trans man.
You feel that publicly that person needs to be made clear that person has had a sex change. We can't call them a woman. They needs to be made clear who they are. I don't have a view. I'm just.
This is kind of a new way of thinking of things. So I'm not giving you like just a second, but I mean the first thing that's coming to my mind is, fair enough. If you can pass for it and nobody questions it, kind of thing, fair enough. I mean, if you don't feel the need to correct somebody, yeah, fine. But to demand that you are recognised as something else, even when it's quite plain to other people that you're not what you're claiming to be, I think that. But yeah, I mean, maybe ask me that question again another time when I've had a little bit more time to think about it.
Sure.
Well, I got orange and black stripes tattooed on us, and I got my eyes changed, and I got implants for whiskers. And I said, "Call me a tiger." Would you call us a tiger?
Yeah.
No, I'd call you a twat. But go on.
Well, no, because that's a different species, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm changing it into something that I'm not. I'm resembling it.
If you change it to a different species, a man and a woman, whether they're gay or transsexual or whatever, they're human. So it's whether what kind of human they are, I suppose. Female, male, female.
Yeah, but it's only because I resemble the thing, isn't it? If I'm a born a man, I can never become a female. Truly,
you can. Never... If you think about it, though, let's think about this. Can a man change into a woman physically? And vice versa. Is that possible?
How does that take place?
No, I'm asking you, is it possible?
No,
yeah.
It's got a foreskin that's turned inside out. You've got part of its painstakers, so you get some stimulation, but you're still not a woman. Doesn't matter what you are, you're never going to be a woman. You're not going to produce the fluids a woman produces.
Not even going to be able to have a male orgasm. That I mean, or a female orgasm if you're a male, because you're just not equipped for that.
But if you could have an orgasm,
we can't. That's the thing, that there is no technology that can turn a man into.
What you're actually saying, Alan, is if I could turn you into a woman, would you be a woman?
No, I'm saying if my understanding is that you can. There's a transgender process you go through of a number of years where you can change. You can get a vagina. you can get a penis if you had the opposite, and you do actually have those sexual organs. Yes, you may not be able to procreate, but you can. That's what I'm saying. If it's possible to do that, then surely then they can be classed as a female or male if you can actually do it.
All right. All right. Put it this way. Well, I'll go one step further than that. If you could transport my brain into a female body, and I thought I felt like I should be considered a female or felt very feminine things, and you put my brain into an actual female body that was fully capable of being a female, then yes, you could be called a female. But less than that, no, you're just still something that wasn't. And even then, like I say, that's still pushing it.
Well, my understanding was that you can change into a woman if you wanted to.
Can you define a woman? What is a woman?
You have the physiology of a woman.
What is that? What's the definition of a woman compared to a man?
Like you say, they basically put your penis inside out, don't they? You have an operation, it's inside out.
No, what I understand that, but what I'm asking you is, what is the difference between a man and a woman as they stand right now? How do you define a woman comparing it to a man?
That's a good question. Yeah, I mean, well, obviously it's a hormonal aspect. Obviously, women can procreate children. I don't know.
But hang on a minute, Alan. Mm-hmm. Some women can't reprocreate, and they're still women, aren't they?
Yeah. But I'm saying they are women if they can change. If they can physically change, if a doctor can actually we can change you into a woman. So if that's physically possible, then that in itself tells you that.
Bless you.
No, they couldn't change you into a tiger, could they?
Yeah, but if I change you into a woman, that means I would have to make the change, and then you would have to steal exactly how you would define the difference of a woman. So that means if you went under the knife as a doctor, I'd be hard pushed to tell the difference.
I don't understand that.
It means if I'm a doctor, I understand the anatomy of a woman in a much more detailed way than you. Yeah, if I was a doctor. So they're more qualified than us to define what a woman and a man is. So they would see more differences than what we can see right now.
Yeah,
that's in the qualified persons.
But I think that's quite a good point from Madam Medusa on the screen at the moment. Sorry.
I don't feel like a woman. No, I don't feel like a female. It's not a feeling. It's how my body works. Madam says. So I orgasms aside, because the operation is a thing. You can have your dick changed into a vagina. You can have your vagina changed into a peen. Like that's a thing that happens. And I can accept that. Like, I'm all for it if that's what somebody wants to do. It's mutilating the body, but I've mutilated mine with putting holes in it. Granted, that isn't as extreme. But I think that people have the right to do that. Do I think that it should be NHS funded? No, I don't. But I also don't think that I know a couple of people have had breast implants for no reason on the NHS. I think if you have breast cancer and you want to have boobs again, fair enough. That's because you had breast cancer and you've had a mastectomy. That's different. I don't think it should be funded by the NHS.
So poor people shouldn't be allowed boobs then?
Why not? Why shouldn't it be funded by the NHS?
Because I think that there's far more.
I actually agree with you. It shouldn't be. I was playing devil's advocate then. Sorry.
Yeah, I know you were, but I think there's far more pressing issues, and the NHS is underfunded. The NHS is running out of money. There's just not the facility to keep a healthy population at the moment, and then you're adding on people wanting to have sex changes.
Just on that, though, you're implying there that someone who has who is a female and has a male mindset or feels like a male, that is not as important as other issues, yeah?
That's not as important as somebody dying. No, that's a ridiculous statement.
Well, obviously, just saying on the NHS we can get, you know, an operation on our leg, our hamstring. Is it more important than that?
The ability to walk, yes.
Well,
the ability to walk is more important than a sex change.
But what about mental health? This is not about. It's about mental health. This surely.
The mental health needs a lot more funding. And we're building a fucking snowflake society. I understand the fucking turmoil that people who want sex changes are going through, and I understand how shit that is. I really do. And I am all for trans rights. We've got a video on transgender, and I was sitting on my own against the entire chat trying to fight the fucking corner, and it was horrible because I am all for trans rights. I really, really am.
No, don't need no rights. You don't need no rights. Not 0.4% of the population, like you say. Sorry.
No, that's no. That's non-binary. That's not transsexual. That's non-binary. That's different.
Oh, so it's probably even less.
Non-binary is different. No, transgender's higher than non-binary. I can't remember the figure because I was focused on non-binary. But I just don't think that it should be funded via the NHS. I really don't think that there is. If we had the ability to, if we had the infrastructure where people weren't waiting in waiting areas for hours upon hours because they're really ill, then yeah, fair enough. If we had the extra money for it, why not? But we just don't. When doctors and nurses are having their jobs cut and people are like, my mum waited over a year for her diagnosis of what she has. Like, she can never drink alcohol again, which isn't a big thing, but that's how bad it is. The medication that she is on, if she drinks alcohol, she throws up. Like, my mum's not well.
Do you think people who smoke should have a lung operation?
No, I'm not on the NHS. No.
Should they get that on the NHS?
No, definitely not. If I'm overweight, and if I get sick because I am overweight, because I have done something to my body, I don't think that should be paid for. I just don't.
So you're going to pay the NHS here if you have to go in hospital?
Kate, yeah, do you honestly think you can think that in the position you are now when there's nothing wrong with you? Do you think that opinion might change if there was something drastically wrong with you?
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
Quite possibly.
I truly think all healthcare should be free. Right. I mean, forget the big pharma in, like, all that crap. Like, take that out the window. All healthcare should be free. If we've got it.
Thanks, madam. 0.08 apparently.
Can I ask this though? Do you know you said transsexuals think they're a person trapped in the wrong body, right? Now it's what they think. And earlier on, Alan says to you, you think something, and it doesn't make it true because you think it today, didn't he? Right. So can you honestly should a decision be made on just what somebody thinks? Because is it a thought process?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yes, there are people who may be a bit, they're kind of going through complex situation, but people who have this gender reassignment, they don't just go into the doctors and say, I want to be a woman, and then it happens and they make an appointment. They go through a whole process, don't they? A mental testing, making sure that's what they want to do.
Yep. Yes. And then they've got to do the hormones of the beta blocks and everything else. Yep.
Then an extremely high percentage of them go off and kill themselves after it's all been done. What a waste of bloody money that was, eh?
What percentage is that?
It's quite high amongst transsexuals, to be fair. And if it's already a low percentage, then you'd imagine it's quite a high percentage, relatively speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, little girl.
What, 10%? What would you presume high percentages in that context that you're saying it in?
What for fuck?
So I'm just going to Google it, and then we can.
It would be anything that's in the norm, wouldn't it?
Surely, though, if we find it's an ongoing process, isn't it? if a lot of a high percentage of people are killing themselves after these operations.
Oh, all right, it's higher than I thought. Sorry, 27% try, 89% think about it. It hasn't actually got the rates for who actually go through with it, but that in itself is a pretty damn high statistic. Yeah, I'm not finding the actual. Oh fuck! It's a PDF, so it's going to take it there. It's downloaded. All right, didn't take long.
30% of trans female teens kill themselves. More than half of trans male adolescents physically attempt suicide.
I've got a.
I can't get a kill this game.
Just check out this PDF, Stonewall PDF.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
PDF, yeah. It's one of the first ones that came up with Google. It seems like it's got a lot of statistics there for anyone who is interested.
Thanks, Kat. Can't see. So it's a lot.
So you have to compare that to the people who kill themselves because they didn't get the operation, wouldn't you?
Yeah, did they buffer or something? Because that's what I'm getting. Like,
well, that's it. There's a process, isn't there? You know, in a civilized society like ours, if you go to the doctors, if you have that within you, that you feel that you don't feel comfortable in your own shoes, you feel you're a female or you feel you're a male, depending on what sex you originally were, you'll go to the doctors and you go through a process.
47% says my brother.
Yeah, that's the difference now compared to years back. Now it's out in the open. People feel they can come forward, and probably a lot of, you know, if it is the case that people feel this and it is genuine, then this would have happened way back in the day. You know, I'm sure there's characters in history that were transgender or whatever.
Oh yeah, it was a thing in the Roman days. Yeah, it was quite accepted. It was just another thing, and that's what we're told if history's true, of course. But yeah. So yes, it's not unprecedented in human history. This is nothing new.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So coming to judgment about whether the NHS should pay for it or not, obviously, hopefully, based on, you know, an understanding of stats and discussions and stuff. And we're just thinking out loud as opposed to making specific claims and judgments and conclusions when we've not really.
But yeah, no, I mean, as for them being able to do it on the NHS and stuff, yeah, that, I mean, like I say, if we lived in a society that was well off enough to provide that kind of service, then yes. Maybe not necessarily at the moment with it struggling and everything, but again, in an ideal world, yes, all medical, like you should be able to do whatever you want with your own body. It's your body. Just don't expect other people to accept it. That's my only issue. That's really is my own issue with it all.
See, whereas my issue isn't acceptance, because I happily accept that, you know, and I try and use the correct pronouns and just not to offend or upset. And I'm very sympathetic towards it. I just understand that our NHS is under such strain right now. Like, it's just crumbling. I don't think we should be paying for something that isn't as necessary as a fucking triple bypass, you know.
But then again, you have got to get, like Alan did say, unfortunately, you have got to then start worrying about like smokers, people who eat healthy, people who don't exercise, people who maybe have been ill most of their life. Like, how much are you really going to keep them alive? There's all sorts of other implications you've got to start thinking about when you're starting to decide who gets treatment and who doesn't.
You pay taxes as well. These pay for the NHS as well. So I appreciate, obviously, you've got your opinion. But I understand what you're saying in terms of, you know, the NHS going to sort the NHS out, and that's another story, because, you know, I don't know if you're aware of the money issue, the kind of where money comes from, and the whole aspect of that. That's a whole other subject. That, you know, that would be the solution to work out how we fund society would fall under that. I think even if we don't have enough certain amount of money Because basically what you're saying is you're slightly disagreeing with equality. Whether you believe in equality, equality for everyone.
Not disagreeing with equality at all. But I'm saying that no, don't dare. No. I'm saying that life affecting matters should be first and foremost in our minds. I think people that are physically dying with cancer and that there's no treatment for cancer. You know, my friend, one of my close friends that I've known for 10 years, and that's a long time. I'm 27, and to know somebody for 10 years and be close for 11 years, I met him when I was 16, is dying with cancer. He is terminally ill. He's already lost half of his leg. Okay, he was given a terminal diagnosis in the summer, and he was expected to live a couple of months. Thankfully, he's living longer than a couple of months, but he's grey. His face is grey. He looks like he doesn't look like my friend anymore. He is more important than somebody having their vagina changed to a dick. When there isn't a treatment or a cure for my 27-year-old friend.
Yeah, but exactly, there isn't a treatment and a cure. So
you would not be able to say that publicly. What you just said. What you just said, you will not be able to say publicly.
Why?
If you went on TV, you would be advised not to say that.
That's because we've got a fucking audience of snowflakes. Not our audience, you guys aren't snowflakes, but that's because we've got a mass population of snowflakes who put people's feelings before fucking needing an operation.
Because our society,
pandering,
it's equality. That's why.
No, but somebody's life is more important. Being alive and being on this planet and being able to breathe is more important than anything else.
No one's denying that. I'm just saying everyone has an equal. The person who has been born into a man's body and is mentally can't deal with the fact that they're in a different body than they feel, then that is just as important as someone else for their particular situation.
No, see, I wouldn't say it was in that. There's not equality that's why we have triage, because somebody dying from having their leg cut off and somebody with a splinter in their arm, that's not an equal patient. They may be equal people in the grand scheme of things, yes, but it's not an equal situation is all I'm saying. And this is the problem with equality. Yes, I fully agree. Quality of opportunity, that's fine, but when you're taking the quality down to that kind of level, that's getting a bit too much for me.
Well, the way I see it, Alan, sorry to interrupt you there, mate, but the way I see it is if I've got £100,000 in this hand and I've got £100,000, that's all I've got, right? That's in the middle. And on one hand, I have somebody who wants a sex change, and on the other hand, I have somebody on my table dying. I'm going to use that £100,000 to save somebody who's dying. That's my point, is that the NHS only has a finite amount of money. That finite amount of money should be used to save people's lives. It should be used to... Hang on, please let me finish my point. It should be used to fix broken limbs. It should be used to fix heart failure. It should be used to fix cancer. It should be used to fix the life-threatening things that are affecting us first. Once those have been sorted out, then we can sort other things. I am putting mental health up there as well. I have mental health issues, and I understand suicidal people. They fucking need help. Mental health issues need more help.
That is the case now.
But it is cheap.
If you got cancer, you'll be treated quicker if you have some other. There is the doctors will take that into account. You will have priority if you're going to die other than the other one, of course.
And that's what I mean. It's equality. I am all for equality, but equality is a needs to a must. It's not a black and white. Well, they get this much, they get this much. It's got to be done on priority of severity, and having a sex change isn't a priority of what the NHS should be. Let me just answer a question to chat real quick. Madam, I wouldn't send Freddie into a male or a female public without myself or Dan or my mum. I just wouldn't. He's 6. I wouldn't. It wouldn't be about a male or a female toilet. Even if I didn't want to go into a female toilet, I wouldn't send him in there because women is just as evil as men. So
it amuses me, that kind of thing. So when I was 6 years old, my mum would stick me on a coach in Chatham, say to the driver, "Look after this one, will you please? He's going to Hampshire. He's got to get off in Ringwood," because that's where my dad lived. Yeah, like 5-6 hours on a coach, like by myself, 6 years old, to visit my dad 2 or 3 times a year. Like, I mean,
yeah, but you know, I'm an overbearing,
and you're talking about snowflakes, and I'm thinking,
yeah, I know, but you know how overprotective I am, and I feel like the world's much eviler now. I know that's not grammar, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
You feel the world's more evil?
I do. I feel the world's more evil than what it was when I was a kid. But I don't know if that's just because I'm older and I'm more aware of evil things. I'm only 27, so
the world has got better. Corporations and stuff have got more evil. Don't get me wrong, but overall, I think because everything's more public now, people are kind of forced into being better. They have to be better.
Well, I mean, we're a civilized society. Surely we believe in rules. There's certain rules we have to follow if we want to live in a civilized society. Do we agree on that?
Yeah, well, yeah, even as an anarchist, an anarchist, like, I mean, I don't believe in no rules, even as an anarchist, because to live side by side to each other, you at least have to have agreements, which rules, basically. So, yeah.
So,
I agree to some rules. I don't think all rules are necessary. None are coming to my head right now. But I think that there are some things that seem absolutely ridiculous, but none are coming to my head. And really sorry to interrupt you again. But Madam, because I'm an overbearing, overprotective mother, and I'm quite literally scared of everything with my son. And yeah, I wouldn't want anything to happen to him. I wouldn't want him to get taken or hurt or anything. That's why I don't trust people. I don't trust people in the outside world. I'm such a skeptical bitch. Like, I really don't trust people in the outside world. And I know that that's my anxiety talking, and that's my own fault.
No, I think that's quite common. I think a lot of people would.
Pardon?
Your friend, I'm worried that he's going to get kidnapped.
Yeah, I know.
It's not good.
I know it's not good, Dan.
And when you say evil, are you saying the biblical term, or is that just a...
No, I just mean people are dicks.
Well, that's the question, though, isn't it? That's the question. Is this just a big misunderstanding? You know, are we misunderstanding each other? You know, we've obviously got different lives. We're brought up in different ways. You know, I come here, you don't know me, I don't know you. We don't know each other fully. We might misunderstand each other, what I mean in that sentence and what you mean. And so
that's just human nature. That's just how it is.
Then, you know.
Oh, I'm quite an argumentative person, though. Yeah, words are hard. I'm quite an argumentative person. I don't like when people talk over my point either. Before I fully explain my point as well, because I don't want to be misconstrued as a dick. Like, I'm not, and I am for equality. I am, like, honestly, go watch the transgender fucking podcast, because it is just me sitting there arguing with everybody in the chat. Like, no, they deserve rights. They deserve to be respected. They're people, you know.
People don't deserve rights. They just deserve dignity, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Well, the current situation, you said it, thousands of transgender adults and children face waits of up to 3 or more years for gender identity treatment as NHS service come under strain from growing demand. So that is the case anyway, what your general view is, what your general position is. That is what
it shouldn't be. It just shouldn't be funded. But if I get lung cancer, I know I'm saying this now without lung cancer, but if I get something because of this, should I pay for that? Like, should the NHS pay for that? Should I pay for that? Should some of it be subsidised and me still have to pay a fee for being stupid and inhaling noxious gases?
The 100,000
Do you know what I mean?
question to you, Kate, is this: if your daughter, your son, was transgender, who had those things, would you still feel that way?
Oh no, without a doubt, no. My son's more important than anybody else on the planet.
Okay, so how do we say that then?
Pardon?
Not being objective, then, are you?
Oh no, 100% not. No, once, but I think it's the same with every human. If you pose that question to every human and they have the same answer as me, if it affects their child, then everything they've just said goes out the window. That's just how it is. Like, if something happens to my boy,
would you not say, not really that important? It's not really, it's more important thing that you would say that.
No, I wouldn't, because my boy's the best thing in the world. Like, second to me.
Right.
Oh.
But I'm second to him. I mean, I'm second to him. I mean, and then everybody else is below.
Yeah.
Well, if he never,
okay, dude.
If he was never exposed to the option of transgender or didn't know what it was, then how would it manifest?
Yeah, because this wouldn't have been an option till. But then again, like amputation and like triple bypasses, as I've said earlier, wouldn't have been an option back in the day. So you'd just die.
Well, how much of the NHS funds, all this money that's going into NHS, is on pharmaceuticals, do you think?
Many.
Loads.
And do you think it's them same pharmaceutical companies are the ones who say you can put this in, you can't put this in the food?
Say that again.
Are they the same people who say you can't eat this and you can't eat that, and they determine what stuff is good and bad for you? They can't be in food and what can be.
No one says you can't do this or you can't do that. It's based on.
No, like the FDA say. The FDA that regulate things.
Yeah, there are regulatory forces that say, that there are certain additives that can't be put in foods. You can't have this over here. So there are places like that. Yeah.
And are they the same people who tell you what drugs you can take?
Who tells you what food you can take?
Well, to be fair, a lot of it's
yeah, but they can say what can be put into it.
I can't hear you properly, Mick.
Sorry, they can say what can be put into the food, can't they? This is safe for human consumption.
Yeah,
you've only got their word for it, haven't you?
Yeah, to protect its citizens, to make sure that it is safe to eat.
The people that also say that chemotherapy is
and that's how it was set up to work. Fortunately, that's not how it works, because everything that's been deemed safe by these organisations, or everything that's been deemed bad by these organisations, was once deemed safe by the same organisations. So, I mean, that's
just trial and error, though, isn't it? That's trial and error. That's science as it goes along. There's certain things are okay.
Well, no. See, this is the point. By the time it got to these stages, the science part should have been done, and that's the whole point. That's why these places were set up, so to make sure that the science had been done before it gets to that stage.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they should never pass anything that's unsafe, because the science should be settled. But because of lobbying and corruption and greed and everything else, like I say, these things just don't happen.
Paul just said, yeah, fluoride helps, doesn't it, Alan?
Fluoride, yeah. What's his point?
He's saying you drink fluoridated water, so
I drink from the tap, which is the safest water to drink.
I've been successfully fluoridated.
Alan, is your toothpaste got fluoride in it?
Actually, I don't know. I get one of those from Holland and Barrett ones, so the kind of.
It probably doesn't if it's from Holland and Barrett. Most of them aren't, because I used to get mine from Holland and Barrett.
And the point, it was a joke. He wasn't. He was having a joke. He was bantering.
It was a joke, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we have to be careful. Yeah.
But if you go to your doctor and he suggests, I was thinking about, I don't know what you think about it. Instead of prescription you pills, do you not think they should have the ability to prescribe you a diet, for example? So they give you a prescription to get like potatoes or carrots or whatever?
I asked my doctor that, and he said, unfortunately, the nutrition training they receive isn't adequate enough for them to advise on diets.
Well, that would be a good thing to work.
That was my GP, local GP, literally just 2 miles away.
Yeah, but that would be he could assign you to a nutritionist, couldn't he?
And not on the NHS unless you actually have a medical problem. No, it's not something they deal with. They literally can't deal with it. They freak out when you talk to them about it. They literally, because they hate not knowing, doctors. So you put them in that state of not knowing, and yeah, you try it. Literally, go to your doctor. Talk to them about it. You will be surprised.
Like diabetes, if someone's given diabetes 2, if they're given a diet to have, then that could take them off diabetes 2.
Yeah, and that would be something that a doctor would send you to a nutritionist for, because it's an underlying medical thing. But
I was about to say, well, actually, my dad was diagnosed with pre-diabetes about 8 years ago, maybe 9 years ago, and he was told, like, you need to stop eating these foods and eat these foods instead. And he sorted his shit out, went back to the doctors, and he was healthy. He wasn't even close to being pre-diabetic. So there is merit behind that statement of doctors being able to prescribe advise with a diet. The thing is that you have a lot of people who are stubborn and who are like, no, my diet is best. No, I'm going to carry on eating this bag of jelly beans.
I think if you're over 40, you can get 12 free weeks of gym. If you go to, I think, especially where I am in my constituency, I could get free gym.
Don't go out and have a walk. Go to the gym.
Yeah.
But
like we were saying last night on Jed's, I'd much rather go have a run, have a walk around the park than I would go to the gym. I mean, it's not happening because, well, I'm a cripple. Oh, Dan bought me crutches, by the way, so I can actually get about a bit and go out of the house. So I have crutches now.
Well, the lobbyists talking about, are they trying to distract us from going that direction, and because they want to provide us with pills?
100%.
That's the big pharma agenda. Like I say, if we actually had a choice on the NHS to go to a nutritionist or a doctor, then I mean, again, this is my opinion, but I honestly think you'd have like 90% more success rate with a nutritionist than you would ever going to the doctors. So.
Especially if it came from a doctor, though. You know what I mean? So my dad, he was very ill. He smoked, he drank, etc. All that. He ate bacon and all this stuff. But when he get ill, he just go to doctors. He just want the pills. So take the pill. That's it. He didn't want to go gym. Didn't want to stop smoking, etc. So, but if the doctor says this is your prescription, this is what we recommend for, and gave diet or sent him to a nutritionist or whatever. If we had the money to support that kind of culture, then that would be a step forward, surely.
It would be. It would be a massive step forward because, unfortunately, at the moment, doctors they just cure us. That they don't actually heal us, and it's a massive issue because if you look up the originations of curing, it's not something that doctors should be aiming for. Healing is what they need to be doing, and
but I think it's more to
don't have the training.
The patient's laziness, the patient's lazy mind. The patient just wants the pills, just wants to go in and get better. That's what I mean. It would inform that it would develop that culture. If the doctor, coming from a doctor, it might make them think, rather than coming from a website or some celebrity says, have this use this diet and you can get healthy. If it was part of the doctor process as well, the health process.
I mean,
it would be an authoritative to persuade them to maybe think about it.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of doctors nowadays that are starting to go down more the nutrition route, but unfortunately, it's not getting to your GPs. You have unfortunately got to go to the YouTube channels and all that kind of thing to find these doctors that are willing to come out and talk about this stuff. And a lot of them do say we don't get trained as doctors about nutrition. If you want to learn about nutrition, you go and take a nutritionist course.
Mm-hmm.
So again, until we get properly trained doctors, no, I wouldn't trust the doctor as far as I can throw him. No.
No, I don't trust the doctor.
So if he diagnosed anything, you would get a second opinion, or you would research?
I wouldn't go. I can't imagine myself even going for diagnosis. To be fair.
Yeah, I don't trust the doctors at all, ever.
What's the worst thing you've had that you've needed to that has come up in that has tested that theory that you're saying you won't go to your doctor?
Oh, like I said, I've got a fractured spine. There's plenty that the doctor, well, not plenty. The doctor's offered surgery and stuff, and yeah, no, I've just not been back. I don't want the surgery. I don't need anything he's going to give me, and I'm in massive amounts of pain all the time. But
that's therapeutic, though, isn't it? What if you were sick?
I had asthma most of my life, but as soon as I stopped seeing a doctor, I don't have asthma anymore.
My mum took a year to get a diagnosis, and they kept getting the diagnosis wrong and making her more and more sick. When I was
that's
just
happened
after
with
I'd
my
given
mum
birth,
as well, actually. Yeah.
Just after I'd given birth to my son, I went to go get a contraceptive pill because periods after you've given birth suck. And he gave me the wrong pill that was going to go into the breast milk and put too much hormones. The hormones would go into the breast milk more than the other one that was more suited to me. Dan, he had a recurring cough where he was coughing up blood for about 8 months. They kept diagnosing him with different things, giving him different pills, and as soon as he decided to stop going to the doctors, his cough cleared up. Those are just 3 examples that come to mind that make me not want to trust the doctors, because what you've just put there, that Paul said, is perfect ending to my point, which is they basically put plasters over bullet wounds. If they would look for the causes for cancer instead of just treating the symptom, we would be a lot further along. And doctors they're not trustworthy. General practitioner, we say this a lot on here, general practitioner means they're practicing on us. That's what that means. It doesn't mean that they know everything. And the amount of times that I've been to the doctors with my mum and they've sat there Googling. I don't think Google, if I'm not allowed to Google to diagnose myself, why the fuck can they Google to diagnose me? How does that make sense?
I think maybe you're
what the fuck?
You're misreading that. So would you not say that if you want to become a good basketball player, you need to practice?
But that's different to practicing on people. Come on, man. If you're going to make an analogy, at least make a smart analogy. You're making a fool out of yourself, honey bunch.
Guys, so I am going to have to cut this short in a minute. I did put in a private chat about 10 minutes ago, another 10 minutes. I'm going to have to, we seem to have a lot more time than I thought we had, but my back is playing up. I don't want to be a bitch about it, but...
Yeah, Alan, do you want to quickly finish a point and then we'll call it a night and we'll say our goodbyes and we'll go if that's okay? Because I am desperate. I don't know if you can tell I'm sat here jiggling. I'm desperate for a wee. I am desperate for the time. I'm doing some damage.
Yeah, the infrastructure of our country, our civilized country, if you look at it, is that we have a very good health system, and I wouldn't agree with comments that have been said that you can't trust your doctor. That's all I would say. But it's been nice to speak to everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, and you.
It was actually pleasant speaking to you, Alan. Yeah, cheers.
To elaborate on that point, I think that it's our hygiene.
I was going to say, Mick, have you got anything you want to round up quick before me and Kate's kind of finish off?
No, I've got nothing at all.
Cool. Sorry to interrupt then, Cakes, but...
I think that it's our hygiene and our standard of living that has increased our health and increased everything else and spreading the knowledge more than doctors actually know what they're talking about. But hey, so thank you, everyone. I hope you have I hope you have a great fucking week. D, Chuckles?
Yeah, no. Find self-responsibility, honestly. I mean, it will make you a happier person, if nothing else. That's kind of my going out thought on that.
Yeah, man. Definitely.
Yeah, join us next week, guys.
Yeah, we'll be here.
See you guys.
Less needing the toilet and less back pain. Bye, Mick. And thanks, guys. Thanks for everybody who's joined us tonight. You've been fucking awesome. Thank you for the chat. You guys are, I was going to say superstars, but that makes us all sound really gay.
Well, no, that they have been. The past couple of weeks, the chat has been phenomenal. It really has. So, yeah, I'm
legit.
chuffed.
You guys make us so happy wanting to come back at every week. Like without you guys, obviously it would just be me and G chatting waffle for a long time. But with you guys here, it just makes the whole experience like millions times better. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, I've got to click a double click. I always forget that.
You do.
Sorry.
Good night, guys. Bye.